Chapter 2087 Evolution. Chapter 2087 Evolution. Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man with displeasure. Doesn't he know how to speak to others? Don't bring shame to it. The woman in a white dress spoke abruptly. Yang Yi was about to ask her something when she vanished into thin air. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Senior. Who is she? The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. I was going to ask how you knew her. Yang Yi was astounded. I know her, the middle-aged man said. You would be dead if she didn't. And would she have given Elysium to you? Yang Yi asked. Who is she? The middle-aged man shrugged. The strategist. The brains of my god race. I didn't say anything because she asked me to give it to you. Because if she does something, there's definitely a reason. She knows me? Yang Yi racked his brains but couldn't think who it was. Even though he knew many women, he didn't know any one of them who possessed such ability and was a member of the god race. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, What is your god race planning? The god race had been showing themselves frequently lately. Obviously, they were planning something. What are we planning? A smile appeared on his face. You'll find out soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. While I don't know what kind of ability you possess, since the strategist thinks so highly of you and even gave you Elysium, it's clear that there's definitely something extraordinary about you. I look forward to fighting by your side. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Yang Yi gazed up into the sky for a long time before he turned around and left. No matter what the god race was up to, it wasn't something he could interfere in. The enmity between the god race and the other races was something that no one could mediate. He felt that they would definitely fight, and it may occur very soon. At an empty place, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and entered the primordial pagoda once he determined there was no one here. Elysium. Yang Yi fell silent as he gazed at the box before him. He hadn't expected that woman to give this weapon to him. He was a sword cultivator, but he was a body cultivator too. So, this halberd wasn't impossible for him to use, or it should be said to be very suitable for him. The halberd could be said to be better than the Sword Supreme and Judgment now. Of course, that was because the Sword Supreme's sword spirit was in deep sleep, so its strength couldn't be fully revealed. After all, the Sword Supreme had taken one of the dragon eyes on the halberd. As for now, Elysium was clearly stronger than the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and took Elysium in his grasp. It felt icy cold. A moment later, the dragon scales around it started to tremble and seemed like they would come to life at any moment. Yang Yi slowly exerted strength and gradually raised Elysium. In an instant, a dragon roar resounded throughout the primordial pagoda, and it was filled with an endless will to fight that made others' blood boil. Yang Yi slowly lowered Elysium back to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook violently and cracked open. Strength. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He sensed endless strength within Elysium, and it was strength that came from Elysium itself. Moreover, his physical body couldn't endure that strength. His current physical strength couldn't endure it at all, because dense threads of blood were already covering Yang Yi's right hand. His skin had cracked open. His body wasn't strong enough. Boom. Meanwhile, a wave of terrifying aura swept through Yang Yi, and then an ethereal white dragon appeared behind him. The Sky Dragon. Once Yang Yi used the Sky Dragon, he immediately felt much better. While it was still quite strenuous, he was barely able to use it. However, he couldn't use it for long. If he used it for more than 2 hours, he would definitely die of exhaustion. A smile curled on Yang Yi's face as he gazed at Elysium. At this moment, he felt like he could really fight a sage. Based on his current physical strength and Elysium's strength, he could definitely fight a sage. However, if he encountered an expert like the middle-aged man, then his strength was still a little insufficient. After that, Yang Yi started to get used to using Elysium. He didn't have any combat techniques, and he just trained with normal swings, flicks, stabs. Everything always converged back to the same place. So, he used Elysium like he would a sword. Big brother. Suddenly, an anxious voice resounded in Yang Yi's ears. He turned to look, and he saw Tian Xiao running towards him while anxiety covered her face. Yang Yi flashed over to her and took her in his arms. What is it? She gasped for breath. Hurry. Snowy. She. She, Snowy? Yang Yi's expression changed, and then he immediately searched for Snowy. A moment later, he vanished on the spot with Tianxiu in his arms. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to locate Snowy. She was floating in midair and trembling. What's going on? Yang Yi ran over to Snowy's side. Meanwhile, a terrifying wave of spirit energy swept out from Snowy and pushed Yang Yi away. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy with disbelief. What? Tianxiu spoke softly. She ate that fiery flower, and then this happened. Fiery flower? Yang Yi was stunned, but it didn't take long for him to realize what it was. She's probably talking about that precious fire lotus, right? There's something wrong with the fire lotus? Such a thought appeared in Yang Yi's mind, but it only took a moment for him to deny it. The fire sprite had no reason to harm Snowy. Don't worry. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and Yang Yi saw Little Sky. Yang Yi was puzzled. Is she evolving? Little Sky nodded. Sprite lords have to evolve, of course. However, sprite lords like Snowy take a very, very long time to evolve once. Some even take over 10,000 years to evolve once. If it was under normal conditions, she would be far from being able to evolve. However, she has been absorbing violet energy in this pagoda, and she has been ceaselessly consuming all sorts of treasures. So, she's evolving in advance. Yang Yi asked, in advance? Little Sky nodded slightly. She's evolving in advance. The fire lotus she consumed was the last straw to start her evolution. Once she completes it, her abilities will be improved tremendously. At that time, her utilization of spirit energy will definitely be extremely terrifying. Moreover, she will be even more deterring to other sprites. In short, it's a good thing. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't really care if she was evolving or not. He was just concerned about her safety. Meanwhile, Little Sky spoke softly. Once she evolves, even sages will be extremely tempted to possess her. Not to mention sages, even those progenitors will be tempted. At that time, you can't let her go outside at will. Otherwise, the slightest mistake may cause countless sages to look for you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Many sages are already looking for me. Little Sky, I'm serious. Once Snowy completes her evolution, she'll become very, very useful. One of her abilities is gathering spirit energy. She'll be a natural spirit vein and a top-rate one. You'll never have to worry about spirit energy with her by your side. Besides that, possessing a sprite lord like her will bring many, many more benefits. In short, you must be careful and don't let her run wild outside. Yang Yi smiled. I understand. I won't let her be so exposed in the future. But how long will this take? Little Sky replied. If it happened anywhere else, it may take very long. But if it's here, it'll take around a month at most. After all, the spirit energy here is abundant, and it's very, very good too. Moreover, the pagoda's spirit is helping her. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky. The pagoda's spirit is helping her? Little Sky nodded. The pagoda's spirit is protecting her. Or to be more precise, it's helping her stay stable. What a lucky little fellow. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Even he couldn't make the pagoda's spirit guard him while he advanced, but Snowy could. It could be said that with the pagoda's spirit there to protect her, her safety was guaranteed. What about you? Meanwhile, Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her with bewilderment. What about me? She spoke softly. What do you plan to do? Plan? Yang Yi smiled. What else can I plan? I have no plans. My first objective is to stay alive. If even staying alive is a problem, how can I possibly have the time to think about anything else? Little Sky smiled. True. Good luck. Right? I've placed Zier's soul in the Soulman casket, and it's working very well. Both Zier and Blood Maiden should be able to regain consciousness very soon. Yang Yi took a deep breath. Now, he had nothing else to worry about. He glanced at Snowy, and he noticed that Shed calmed down. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then he gazed at Snowy. I'm going outside to deal with something. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda once he finished speaking. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi withdrew a transmission stone. It was the stone Yang Lianshuang had given him before he left, and Yang Lianshuang's voice came from it. Experts from the god race are heading to the sky dimension. Your friend, Shao-Chi, may be in danger. Are you going to go? The god race has gone to the sky dimension? Yang Yi frowned. Are they going to attack the sky race? Chapter 2088, The Dean. Yang Yi frowned as he stood on the spot. The god race has gone to the sky dimension. Yang Yi's heart sank. Are they planning to go to war with all the races right now? Yang Yi couldn't really figure out what the god race was planning. After all, if the god race acted against the sky race now, it was very likely that all the other races would join forces again. Of course, the god race was no fool, and they had definitely considered that. Yang Yi thought for a long time before he made his decision. Shao-Chi, even though he didn't have a good impression of the Sovereign of Sky was the Sovereign of Sky, and Shao-Chi was Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi had almost died to save him in the past. Moreover, she'd been constantly helping him all along the way, and he wanted to see what the god race was planning. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the sky. The incident in Cosmic Star City immediately spread to all the races. This time, the god race had openly announced their return to all the races. The return of the god race made all the races start preparing for battle. Some started to recall the experts of their races, and some started to form alliances. However, the races didn't unite together as they had in the past. Presently, the god race wasn't the same overlord as it had been all those years ago, but the other races weren't the same either. A storm was brewing in the large universe, the sky dimension. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in the sky dimension. As soon as he entered it, he immediately sensed that something was off because the entrance wasn't guarded. Yang Yi immediately rushed towards the capital of Sky Dimension, Sky City. Sky City. At this moment, the defensive formation around the city was active, and pillars of multicolored light coiled around the sky above the city. Every single one of the pillars of light emanated horrifying energy. As for outside the city, there was a middle-aged man with a huge axe. This time, an old man was standing by his side. The old man was looking down slightly and had his arms crossed before his chest. There was a spear between his arms. Besides that, there was another middle-aged man in white robes standing by the old man's side. The middle-aged man held a folding fan in his right hand, and there was a faint smile on his face. Sky City seemed like it was facing a formidable enemy. 3 sages. While the sky race wasn't something that just 3 sages could threaten, these 3 sages belonged to the god race. No race would ever underestimate the god race, not even the high and mighty sky race. They had no right to be proud before the god race. Suddenly, the city gates opened slowly, and then a middle-aged man walked out. It was the Sovereign of Sky. The Sovereign of Sky glanced at them and said, "What? Is the god race thinking of striking my sky race first?" "Striking your sky race first?" The middle-aged man in white robes chuckled. "What right does the sky race have for us to do that?" The Sovereign of Sky's face turned icy cold. The god race isn't the same god race anymore. The white-robed man grinned. "But annihilating your race is still a piece of cake. Is that so?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of the Sovereign of Sky's mouth, as expected of the god race. "You're still as arrogant and conceited as before. Looks like you didn't learn how to be humble after what happened all those years ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, 5 old men appeared before him. All of them were sages. When he heard that the experts of the god race had arrived in the sky dimension, had decisively awakened some of the sages that were in closed-door cultivation. Besides that, he notified all the clans of the sky race to keep their sages ready at all times. The clans immediately agreed to this request of his. After all, could they continue surviving alone if their entire race was doomed? Even though the sky race engaged in internal strife all year long, all the powers in the sky race were very well aware that the only way to survive a situation like this was to stay united. It wasn't just the sky race, all the other races were the same. When facing chaos, every race would only be able to survive if it stayed united. Otherwise, they would vanish from the large universe, just like many other races had done so before them. What a show of strength! The white-robed man chuckled, and then he glanced at the sky. A moment later, the sky dimmed down, and then the entire world suddenly turned from day into night. An endless starry sky filled the surroundings. The sky above Sky City was covered in stars, and starlight covered the entire city. The sovereign of Sky and the others' faces fell from the sight of this. Someone actually set up a formation here without any of us noticing. The white-robed man chuckled. This formation is called Stargatherer. Once it's activated, even 10 sages can't stop it. Of course, all of you will be fine, but this city will probably be lost. Sovereign of Sky, would you like to give it a try? The Sovereign of Sky gazed at him for a long time before he said, "Tell me why you're here." Obviously, he was making a compromise. The white-robed man smiled. "I'm sure you've guessed why we're here. I don't know how you got our war god's Elysium, but I know that his corpse should be here in the Sky Dimension, right?" The Sovereign of Sky's face became extremely gloomy when he heard this. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. He regretted auctioning off Elysium. Had auctioned it off for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to get a huge amount of wealth to make advanced preparations. After all, if war was coming, immortal crystals would be extremely precious, because immortal crystals were needed for both growing stronger and healing. So, he wanted a huge amount of immortal crystals just in case. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. He hadn't just auctioned off Elysium, had auctioned off other dirty treasures. As for the other reason, he wanted them off his hands. After all, they belonged to the god race, so if they stayed in the sky race's possession, it would definitely draw over the god race. So, he wanted to get them off his hands. But he hadn't expected the god race to openly show themselves. It was something Head never expected. Now, trouble was here. Suddenly, the white-robed middle-aged man said, 10 breaths of time. If the sky race doesn't hand it over in 10 breaths of time, then Sky City will cease to exist. The Sovereign of Man slowly clenched his fists. Fight them? Even though the god race was strong, just these 3 experts weren't enough to pose a threat to the sky race. Even with Stargatherer, they were still incapable of threatening the sky race. After all, the sky race had deep resources and reserves available to it, but they would have to pay a price. The Sovereign of Man was hesitating. Time trickled by. Right when the 10 breaths of time were about to be up, the Sovereign of Sky suddenly waved his right hand. A short while later, an old man appeared by his side, and the old man flicked a casket over to the white-robed man. The white-robed man glanced at the Sovereign of Sky, and then he opened the casket. A man was lying within it. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes. After that, the middle-aged man with the axe, the other old man, and him bowed respectfully towards the casket. Respect. Heartfelt respect. During the battle all those years ago, too many had laid down their lives in battle to fight for a path to survival for the god race. The war god was one of them. It could be said that if the god race's patriarch, Shirtion, hadn't led a group to hold the while the others escaped, the god race would have probably ceased to exist. That was why the god race was here to reclaim their war god's corpse. Meanwhile, the Sovereign of Sky's heart hurt quite a bit because of this. The war god's corpse was no ordinary corpse. If he absorbed it, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative leap. Head wanted to do so as soon as Head obtained it, but he wasn't confident in his ability to succeed. Even if he was only 80% confident, he still didn't dare. Presently, he couldn't allow himself to suffer any mishaps. Otherwise, the sky race would be doomed. However, this delay had caused him to lose it completely. The white-robed middle-aged man put the corpse away, glanced at the Sovereign of Sky, and then turned around and walked away with the others. At the same time, the formation above the city vanished. The entire city returned to normal. Should we contact the other races? Meanwhile, an old man by the Sovereign of Sky spoke abruptly. The god race is back again. I think that the races should join forces again, and will definitely be able to annihilate the god race. The Sovereign of Sky shook his head slightly, as it is now. For example, our sky race and the human race. Do you think it's possible for us to join forces with them? The demon race too. Do you think they'll be willing to put aside the enmity between us? The human race and demon race are the same. Everything isn't the same anymore. Now, all the races can't reform that same unity again. Now, All the races only hope that the god race doesn't come looking for trouble with them, and they only plan to deal with their own problems. I think the god race won't just spare anyone. The old man spoke solemnly. We slaughtered so many from the god race during that battle, and the god race will never forget that enmity so easily. The sovereign of sky looked up at the sky. All we can do now is prepare for war. Notify the patriarchs of all the clans to see me in Sky City. The old man nodded slightly and left, far away in space. In a room within Martial Emperor Academy, an old man glanced at the scroll before him, and then he closed his eyes slowly. The god race. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. A long time passed before he spoke softly again. Why did the god race go to him? Did they notice something? Dean, what are you trying to do? The unfettered one too. How strong is he? Dean, even you aren't confident in being able to kill him? Sigh, such chaos. Such chaos. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2089. The Woman. Yang Yi hadn't been able to get to Sky City because had been stopped in the sky. It was a woman in a white dress who'd stopped him, and it was the same woman from the god race. She kept her back to him, so he still couldn't see her appearance. Yang Yi looked straight at her and asked, "Why?" She replied softly, "Do you believe in destiny?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She replied, "I know you're curious about why I'm helping you. Actually, it's very simple. It's because you've helped me in the past. Due to some reasons, something happened to me, and I would have been in big trouble if it wasn't for you. Of course, there are some other reasons, but those aren't important." She paused for a moment and continued, "At that time, I planned to put an end to some of the karma between us, but I didn't expect that." She didn't continue speaking. Suddenly, 3 people appeared not too far away from them, and it was the 3 experts from the god race. The white-robed man glanced at Yang Yi and grinned. "Take good care of Elysium. Don't bring shame to it." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "What does the god race want from me?" Not only had they helped him, they'd given him a top-rate weapon. As far as he was concerned, the god race wanted something from him. The woman shook her head slightly. "You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much about it." Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, "Be careful." Yang Yi looked up at her. "What do you mean?" She replied, "There was once a memory seed within you. While it's gone now, the person who put it within you is not someone a sage can compare to. Even now, I can still sense how powerful that person is. However, what puzzles me is that someone seems to care about you, and that person is extremely strong too." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Someone told me something similar in the past. But do you know who it is?" She shook her head slightly. "All of what I've told you is the limit of my ability. Besides that, you have to be careful of the battle between the 4 paths. Their paths in the Tao are extremely important to those progenitors, and they will absolutely not allow their paths to be wiped out. As a successor of the Tao path, you've been swept into it. It can be said that you'll be walking on thin ice from now on." Yang Yi asked, "Aren't you afraid that the 4 paths will act against you?" She replied, "They have even stronger enemies to deal with. So, they don't have the ability to deal with us. Besides that, you must take good care of that little fellow with you. Don't let her fall into anyone's hands. She may be your savior in the future." Little fellow. Yang Yi knew that she was talking about Snowy. She continued, "No one knows what the future holds. Take care." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Besides the white-robed man, the other 2 vanished as well. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "You should flee immediately." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" The man smiled. "The strategist said that a sage is rushing in this direction, and he's definitely not coming for us. Obviously, he's coming for you. Good luck, huh?" He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. "A sage. I've been exposed?" Yang Yi frowned, and then his expression changed. He vanished on the spot. Not long after he vanished, a black-robed man appeared where he had been, and the black-robed man glanced at the surroundings before vanishing on the spot. Yang Yi shot through the sky on his sword. At this moment, he was filled with questions. How did I get discovered? This doesn't make sense. Has the Bodhi leaf stopped working? Or perhaps they found me with some other method. Or maybe a progenitor took action. Yang Yi didn't dare let his mind run wild and sped up. He had to leave the sky dimension as soon as possible. He was enemies with the sky race, so if they found him here, then he may not have just a single enemy. Yang Yi was extremely fast, and it only took him a short while to leave the sky dimension. Right after he left the sky dimension, he sensed a powerful divine sense sweep out from behind him, and it was extremely fast to the point he couldn't avoid it and was enveloped by it. The divine sense of a sage had been locked onto. Yang Yi's face fell. Now, he couldn't escape no matter what. Yang Yi didn't waste any more profound energy and just stopped. As soon as he did, a black-robed man appeared before him. At the same time, an invisible barrier enveloped the surroundings and sealed off his paths of retreat. Meanwhile, the black-robed man said, "You're difficult to find." Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man. "I'm a little curious. How did you find me?" The black-robed man asked, "Have you heard of the Heaven's Secret Hall?" Yang Yi shook his head. The black-robed man explained, "It's an organization that is said to be capable of observing the secrets of the heavens. For the sake of locating you, the Alliance paid a huge price, and it's a price that even the Alliance can't pay many times. So, you must die today." Yang Yi shook his head, and then a sword appeared in his grasp. He smiled. "I don't want to die yet." The black-robed man replied, "I'm afraid that's not up to you." His figure vanished on the spot and appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, Yang Yi saw a ray of cold light flash before his eyes. Yang Yi tilted his head to the side while flicking his sword upwards. Bang! Yang Yi felt a huge wave of force act upon his hand, and it blasted him away. He hadn't even stopped himself when a huge palm suddenly emerged from the space above him, and then he clawed down at him. If it struck him, he would definitely be clawed into bits. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. He slapped both his palms down behind him to stop himself, and then he grabbed his sword and charged upwards. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. When fighting with an expert like this, he couldn't rashly dodge unless there was no other choice. Because once he dodged, he would be completely suppressed by his enemy. So, he chose to go head-on. The ray of light shot up into the sky and stabbed against the huge palm. The powerful energy contained within the palm caused Yang Yi's figure to tremble violently, and then he felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. However, the strength of his attack couldn't be underestimated either, so it caused the palm to crack open. Meanwhile, he grabbed his sword with his other hand and twisted it with both hands. Bang! The huge palm exploded apart, but Yang Yi felt something flash before him. Bam! An instant later, Yang Yi felt a wave of powerful force slam against his chest, and then his body was blasted away. He flew over 30 kilometers away before he finally stopped himself, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from him. At the same time, threads of blood appeared all around him. Head suffered a direct hit just now, and it had almost blasted his body apart. How surprising! The black-robed man spoke abruptly. "While our investigation told us that you're not ordinary, I'm still quite shocked. You possess such strength at the Zen realm. To be honest, if you attain the Sage realm, then I'm afraid there won't be many sages capable of being a match for you. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to attain the Sage realm." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack again, but Yang Yi suddenly took a step forward, and a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain enveloped the surroundings, the black-robed man stopped. He sized up the surroundings. It really is the sword domain. You're definitely one of the top geniuses in the human race's younger generation, and you may be the best. Unfortunately, not a single sage from the human race has come to your aid. Isn't it sad? What's so sad about it? Yang Yi laughed coldly. People should always rely on themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both his hands, and then a sword appeared in each of his palms. The tips of both swords were pressed against his palm and spinning above it. At the same time, a huge ethereal sword appeared within him. 3 swords. A moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then 3 rays of light flashed within the sword domain. Burial. Yang Yi had used one of his ultimate moves. Once the 3 rays of light flashed, the space within the sword domain started to tremble. If it wasn't for the sword domain, the space here would have probably exploded apart. For the first time, the black-robed man had a solemn expression in his eyes. He took a step forward and raised his hands. In an instant, the space within Yang Yi's sword domain rippled, and then waves of terrifying energy surged. In an instant, the space within Yang Yi's sword domain collapsed. 10 breaths of time later, everything returned to calm once more. Yang Yi and the old man were still here. However, Yang Yi's face was extremely pale, deathly pale even. He seemed extremely weak. As for the black-robed man, there was an injury on his chest. The black-robed man glanced at Yang Yi. I didn't expect myself to be injured by a Zen realm expert. Amazing. It was clearly a very high evaluation. Yang Yi closed his eyes. Boom. A moment later, a terrifying wave of pressure swept out from him, and then an ethereal dragon appeared behind him. At the same time, a weapon appeared in his grasp. Elysium. You. Suddenly, the old man spoke with astonishment. The sky dragon. How could you possibly? Yang Yi was stunned. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2090. The Void Dimension. How does he know it's the Sky Dragon? Yang Yi's heart was filled with questions. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly appeared not too far before Yang Yi. He stared at Yang Yi and asked, Why? Why is it with you? Yang Yi glanced at the black-robed man. He could see that the man's eyes were still staring at him, and it sent a slight chill down his spine. Yang Yi didn't attack since the black-robed man didn't attack, and he said, I obtained it while I was in the Sky Dimension. The black-robed man asked, Was it the Sky Emperor? Yang Yi nodded. At this moment, he had a rough guess about which race the black-robed man was from. The black-robed man frowned. Why did he give it to a human? Yang Yi shrugged. I don't know. However, he didn't give it to me for free. He wanted me to help the Sky race when it's in need. The black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he asked, Then why has the sovereign of Sky constantly tried to kill you? Yang Yi shrugged. I was once friends with his daughter. He doesn't want there to be any link between me and his daughter, so he aroused the desire to kill me. Unfortunately, he hasn't succeeded. The black-robed man closed his eyes. He was hesitating on whether he should attack Yang Yi. The Sky Dragon was the symbol of the Sky Race's guardian. As for the Sky Emperor, he was a person that the black-robed man had extremely great respect for. All those years ago, it had been the Sky Emperor who'd led the Sky Race to becoming independent, and it was the Sky Emperor who got the Sky Race a place in the large universe. It could be said that the Sky Emperor was someone the entire Sky Race respected. The Sky Emperor was an extraordinary expert too, and he'd given Yang Yi the Sky Dragon. As soon as he thought up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Yi was a rare genius. Both Yang Yi's potential and strength were absolutely outstanding. In the future, once Yang Yi attained the Sage Realm, then besides the progenitors who practically never showed themselves in the outside world, no one else would be able to do anything to Yang Yi. Moreover, Yang Yi had the Tao Path support too. Once he thought up to here, the black-robed man had made his decision. He spoke in a low voice, I'm a sage of the Sky Race. Since you're the guardian chosen by the Sky Emperor, I naturally can't act against you. However, I can't help you for the sake of the Sky Race's safety. Good luck. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Why? Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, Just because I'm the Sky Race's guardian? The black-robed man stopped and replied, Since the Sky Emperor chose you, he definitely has his reasons. I'm doing this because of him, and not because I want you to do anything for the Sky Race in the future. Of course, if you can remember the kindness he has shown you, that's naturally for the best. But it's fine if you don't. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, the black-robed man's voice resounded. The Sage Alliance won't stop. That was all he said. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot. He hadn't expected this to happen. The black-robed man had actually chosen to stop fighting. Of course, it was a good thing for him, because while he could fight the black-robed man, he didn't have a very good chance to win. He could only be considered to have a chance. Since the black-robed man was willing to stop, it was naturally for the best. Yang Yi put Elysium away and entered the primordial pagoda, recuperate. His entire body was injured from the battle. Under the effects of the primordial violet energy, it took less than 2 hours for his injuries to be completely healed, and then Yang Yi went to Snowy. Snowy was still evolving. Not being able to play with the mischievous little fellow for so long felt quite strange to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Tianxiu came to Yang Yi. Big brother, when will Snowy wake up? Yang Yi took Tianxiu in his arms and smiled. Soon. Do you miss her? Tianxiu nodded. Very much. Yang Yi smiled. Me too. However, we can't disturb her. Let her play with you after she completes her evolution. All right? Tianxiu nodded, and then she tilted her head to the side and gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother, no matter what happens to me in the future, I won't forget you and Snowy. Yang Yi gazed at her and spoke seriously. Tianxiu, why do you say that? She lowered her head and remained silent. Yang Yi asked softly, What's wrong? She replied, I don't know. I just have a very bad feeling. I don't want to lose both of you. I won't lose both of you. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. You won't. So long as you don't leave us, then we will never leave you. While he did say that, Yang Ye's heart sank. Tianxiu was no ordinary little girl, so he took the change in her emotions very seriously. He didn't know what would happen to her in the future. If she became a good person, that would be good. But if she became a bad person, it would be quite troublesome to deal with. That was what Yang Yi was worried about. After playing with Tianxiu for a while, Yang Yi left the pagoda. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. As soon as he emerged from the pagoda, he received a message from Yang Lianshuang. Yang Yi withdrew the transmission stone, and Yang Lianshuang's voice came from it. Something huge has occurred. Something huge? Yang Yi frowned because her voice was very solemn. Meanwhile, her voice resounded again. The Bodhi tree of legend has appeared. The Bodhi tree? Yang Yi asked. What do you mean? She explained. It's a divine treasure. According to rumor, the progenitor of the Buddhist path relied on it to attain the Tao and become a progenitor. Simply speaking, it's very likely to be able to help a sage take that final step out of the sage realm and become a progenitor. Since the Buddhist progenitor used it all those years ago, it vanished, and everyone thought it was in the Buddhist path's possession. However, it had a spirit of its own, and it hadn't chosen to go with the Buddhist progenitor. It left on its own. Yang Yi asked, How do you know? Yang Lianshuang said, I learned about it from my research. However, I don't know if it's true. But the Bodhi tree has shown itself. It's in the void dimension. The void dimension is an independent world in the large universe, and it's the first world to be found outside the large universe. Only endless black holes are beyond it. Perhaps only progenitors are able to find out what's at the end of those black holes. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Is the information reliable? 90%. Yang Lianshuang continued, I've looked through other pieces of information, and the Bodhi tree does appear from time to time. Of course, I dare not guarantee that it is the Bodhi tree. However, I suggest you go take a look. But don't fight for it, because if it's the real Bodhi tree, then the sages of all the races and many other sages will fight with their lives to obtain it. At that time, even if you can get it, it won't be yours. Yang Yi asked, Then why are you asking me to go there? Fool. Yang Lianshuang spoke slightly loudly. You don't have to obtain it, but perhaps you'll be able to advance in your cultivation if you see it. In short, it's an opportunity, so you have to try. Moreover, based on your strength, you should be safe so long as you don't fight for it. Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang added, It's a good opportunity. It's good even if you're able to just take a glance at it. If your luck is good, and you obtain a Bodhi fruit or even a Bodhi leaf, it's still a huge gain. However, you must be careful because if I'm not wrong, all the races, the four paths, and some other mysterious organizations have probably heard of this too. So, there should be a huge number of experts rushing to the void dimension right now. Yang Lianchuang paused for a moment and continued, "Actually, if I'm to be honest, I really hope that you can get it, and you have a very, very good chance. After all, you have that treasure in Snowy. Isn't Snowy very skilled at deceiving others?" Snowy suddenly sneezed in the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Can it really help someone become a progenitor?" Yang Lianshuang replied, "Perhaps it's a little exaggerated, but its effects are definitely prominent too. Even if it can't help you become a progenitor, you will definitely benefit tremendously from it. Otherwise, all those powers wouldn't be tempted by it. So, what do you think?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What will happen to me if I get it?" She replied, "You'll definitely be pursued by all the races and countless other experts. In any case, you have to be brave to get anything, and the cowardly get nothing. Moreover, I refuse to believe that existence in the Tao path really doesn't care about you at all. Perhaps he's not doing anything now in order to temper you, but if he still doesn't help you at that time, then there's no point for you to stay in the Tao path. It's better to go to the other paths instead." Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he withdrew the Bodhi leaf he had. Yang Yi felt that this Bodhi leaf was probably from that Bodhi tree. Just a single leaf could conceal his aura and make sages unable to find him. So what about the whole tree? Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he said, "All right, I'll go have a look. I'll take it if I can, and if I can't, I'll still get a few leaves. That's still worth it." Yang Lianshuang said, "Be careful. I'll continue gathering information about all the races at all times, and then I'll select the useful pieces of information and send them to you. Besides that, the God race may take action, so be careful. They're mysterious and powerful. While they're still in hiding now, I believe it won't be long before they make all the races tremble before them." The God race. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The God race had merely shown the tip of the iceberg that was the God race, but just that tip had instilled extreme fear into the Sky race. Yang Yi spoke with Yang Lianshuang for a while longer, and then he put the transmission stone away and vanished into the sky. To the void dimension. Chapter 2091. Sage Rank? The void dimension. Strictly speaking, the void dimension didn't belong to the large universe, and it was an independent universe outside the large universe. The actual cosmos was boundless, so it naturally didn't just have a single large universe. Exploration. Since the human race was born in the world, it had been exploring incessantly. First, it explored its own planet, then it explored outer space. After that, they started exploring the universe. As for the void dimension, it was the only independent universe outside the large universe that the human race had discovered. As for the world beyond the void dimension, no one knew what was there, because endless black holes covered the area beyond it, and they surrounded both the void dimension and the large universe. While ordinary black holes were of no threat to experts at the Tao realm, endless black holes like these were a threat even to sages. What was the world beyond the large universe and void dimension like? It was a question that only those progenitors may know the answer to. The Bodhi tree had appeared in the void dimension. As soon as news of it spread, all the races were alarmed, and countless experts rushed to the void dimension. The weakest among them were at the major Zen realm, and all of them were no ordinary major Zen realm experts. They were the type of major Zen realm experts who may enter the sage realm at any moment. Because of the Bodhi tree, everyone forgot about the God race, or it should be said to have faded out of their minds. Compared to the God race, the Bodhi tree was more important. After all, the God race showed no signs of taking revenge on the other races yet. Moreover, as far as the other races were concerned, nothing was more important than adding a progenitor to their race. The reason the four paths stood above the other races was mainly because the four paths had progenitors, but the other races didn't. Sages were utterly insufficient to face the progenitors. So, if a progenitor were to be born in their race, their status in the large universe would rise by countless levels in an instant. So, as far as all the races were concerned, the important matter at hand was to seize the Bodhi tree. Even though they knew the competition would be extremely intense, no one gave up. Yang Ye's figure shot swiftly through the boundless reaches of space. All along the way, he did encounter some people, and based on the direction they were traveling, it was obvious they were going to the void dimension. There was a huge number of people going there. Yang Yi wasn't determined to get the Bodhi tree during this trip. As far as he was concerned, he was just going to have a look. If he had the chance, he would naturally not let it slip by, but if it was impossible, he would give up. No matter how good the Bodhi tree was, it was never as good as staying alive. Moreover, it was very likely to even arouse the desire of progenitors. The void dimension was quite far away from the large universe, so Yang Yi flew for almost 3 days and 3 nights before he left the large universe. As he gazed at the endless starry sky before him, Yang Yi once again felt how vast the universe was. How huge was the universe? In any case, he didn't know. Another day passed, and Yang Yi finally arrived at the void dimension. According to the information Yang Lianshuang provided him, the Bodhi tree had appeared on a continent called the Void Continent within the Void Dimension. So, Void Continent was his destination. Void Continent. While Void Continent's spirit energy wasn't very abundant, it wasn't very bad either. So, there were cultivators here. As far as Void Continent was concerned, it was currently the most chaotic period in its history. Countless experts from far away had arrived in Void Continent. As far as the inhabitants of Void Continent were concerned, they just hoped the outsiders wouldn't start a war on the continent. Otherwise, it would definitely be unable to endure the battles between these extraordinary experts. A ray of light descended deep within the mountains, and it dispersed to reveal a young man on a huge rock. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and withdrew the Bodhi leaf. It was turning yellow. It was yellowing. The Bodhi leaf could conceal his aura, but it wasn't invincible. Since it had started to turn yellow, it was obvious that someone was searching for him. Once the Bodhi leaf turned completely yellow, it would be just a leaf. The Sage Alliance hadn't given up on finding him. Yang Ye's face was gloomy. Presently, it was still quite strenuous for him to fight a sage. Even if he risked his life in battle, he probably only had a 30 or 40% chance to defeat a sage. And if they sent 2 sages at him, then he wouldn't even have a 10% chance. He had to grow stronger. As far as he was concerned, the important matter at hand was to work hard on growing stronger. Previously, he'd encountered a sage from the Sky Race, and that sage recognized his identity as the Sky Race's guardian. But would he be so lucky the next time? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and shot a glance up into the sky. Even though Void Continent wasn't very huge, it wasn't very small either. So, the problem he faced right now was where would he find the Bodhi tree? If Snowy wasn't evolving, he could summon her and ask her to find it for him. He was extremely confident in Snowy's ability. While Snowy was quite mischievous, her ability to locate treasures was quite amazing. Of course, her ability to trick treasures was absolutely amazing too. Actually, she didn't even have to trick them. Many treasures and even sprites actually wished for nothing more than to be by her side. After all, she was a sprite lord. Unfortunately, Snowy was evolving, so he couldn't make her locate treasures for him. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for him to see a city. When looked at from above, it was like a huge dragon coiled up there, and it felt extremely imposing. Yang Yi descended to the city gates. The reason he hadn't directly entered the city was because of the formation covering the city. He didn't know how strong it was, but as far as he was concerned, he felt that he should abide by the rules of the places he visited. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw 3 words above the city gates. Hidden Dragon City. Hidden Dragon City? Is a dragon hidden here? Yang Yi chuckled to himself and walked in. The gate wasn't guarded. Once he entered the city, Yang Yi noticed that it was bustling with people, and the cultivators here weren't weak at all. The reason he'd come to the city was so that he could find out if there was information about the Bodhi tree here. Yang Lianshuang's forces merely covered the large universe, and her network hadn't expanded here yet. So, he had to rely on himself here. Are you an outsider? Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's ears. Yang Yi turned toward its source, and he saw a woman. She wore a sexy dress with a skirt that was rather translucent. While the key areas were concealed well, her long legs were still extremely striking, and so were those 2 peaks on her chest. They were huge, as if they were about to burst out of her dress, causing others to be unable to help but look there. Yang Yi asked, "How did you know?" She smiled. Because too many outsiders have been coming here lately, and I noticed you looking around. Obviously, it's your first time here. So, I guess that you're an outsider. Looks like I'm correct. Yang Yi asked, and she smiled. Why don't we speak somewhere else? Perhaps I possess some information you require? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. A smile curled up on her lips when she saw Yang Yi nod, and then she led Yang Yi to a pavilion. It was a restaurant. Restaurants weren't rare throughout the continent because not every single person only knew how to cultivate. Some cared a lot about their enjoyment. So, there were all sorts of places of entertainment on the continent. They found a place to sit down, and it didn't take long for a young man to walk over. What would you like to drink? Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when she spoke first. Bring us 2 glasses of sage rank immortal spirit, and 2 plates of sage rank skydew fruits. Sage rank? Yang Yi was stunned. This place has sage rank food? Or perhaps sage rank treasures are worthless here on this continent. It's so worthless until a random restaurant has it? Meanwhile, the young man had left. Yang Yi gazed at her. You said you possess information I require. You know what information I require? She smiled, of course. Haven't all of you outsiders come here for that thing? Yang Yi asked. You know about it? She smiled. I know a little. Oh, the food is here. Let's eat first. The young man was back with a tray, and there were 2 crystalline glasses with crystal blue liquid within them. Besides that, there were 2 fist-sized fruits by the glasses. The fruits were crimson red, and they didn't look very impressive. Yang Yi decided to give it a try. He took a sip from the glass. The liquid was cold and slightly sweet, and it tasted all right. However, it wasn't at the sage rank, and it was just ordinary spirit wine. Yang Yi was quite disappointed. He put down the glass and took a bite from the fruit. It was slightly warm and extremely sweet. It was absolutely the type of fruit that Snowy would love. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the sage rank either, and it was just slightly better than an ordinary fruit. Yang Yi was extremely disappointed. Yang Yi shook his head. He'd thought their people here had a huge amount of sage rank treasures, and he was prepared to buy some and take home with him. But now it seemed like it was just a dream. Suddenly, the young man gazed at Yang Yi and said, 2 glasses of immortal spirit and 2 skydew fruits. It's 200,000 immortal crystals. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. Chapter 2092, I can fight 10 more. Chapter 2092, I can fight 10 more. 200,000? Needless to say, Yang Yi was stunned. But it only took a moment for him to come to an understanding. It was a trap? She's brought him here to trap him. Yang Yi gazed at her when he thought up to this point, and she still had a wide smile on her face. Yang Yi smiled. Actually, if that fruit and wine were really at the sage rank, they would be worth 200,000 immortal crystals. Unfortunately, they aren't. What do you think? She smiled. I think they are. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly said, Are you planning to eat without paying? Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the young man by the throat. It was fast. Extremely fast. The young man hadn't even reacted before Yang Yi's hand had clamped down on his throat. Yang Yi lifted him up and said, I've never done that, but I think I'll give it a try today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi slammed the young man against the ground. Bang! The young man's head exploded apart, and even the ground was blasted open. Suddenly, 2 old men appeared. Both were at the major Zen realm. The black-robed old man on the left walked over to Yang Yi. Now, it isn't just 200,000. It's 1,000,000. A million? A smile curled up on Yang Yi's face. Needless to say, it's a really good plan. Why didn't I think of it? Right, I can try it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down, and then he leaped up like a tiger at the black-robed old man. The old man's face instantly turned gloomy. He hadn't expected the young man to dare attack after both of them arrived. However, he was prepared, and he immediately slammed his fist forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's fist shot towards him too. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, a wave of powerful force slammed the old man away, and he slammed open a huge hole in the restaurant's wall. However, that wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi slammed his palms against the ground. Boom! In an instant, The entire restaurant was obliterated. At this moment, countless experts gazed in the restaurant's direction. Right when the restaurant was obliterated, the woman intended to flee, but she'd been a step slower. Yang Yi had appeared in front of her, and he grabbed her by the throat before she could say anything. After that, he slowly lifted her up, and her countenance instantly started turning purple. The other old man hurriedly said, "You can't harm her." "I can't?" Yang Yi gazed at the old man and smiled. "I can't because you said so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started squeezing. The woman's eyes seemed like they were bulging out. The old man was shocked. Young brother, we can talk about this. We can discuss it. Please don't harm her." "We can?" Yang Yi gazed at the old man and relaxed his grip a little. He said, "Very good. Since we can discuss it, then we shall. 1 million. Compensate me 1 million immortal crystals for the distress you've caused me." "All right. 1 million immortal crystals." The old man's face turned quite unsightly. "That's extortion." "Extortion?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "Weren't you doing the same?" Yang Yi would naturally not show any mercy to some people. Why? Because he was very well aware that if he didn't possess sufficient strength, they would have probably cleaned him out, and even surviving would have been a problem. Meanwhile, the old man wanted to say more, but Yang Yi said, "I don't want to waste my breath on you. 3 breaths of time, that's all I'll give you. They'll break her neck if I don't see my immortal crystals by them. I always keep my word." Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared beside the old man. She glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, and then she gazed at the woman by Yang Yi's side. In the end, her gaze descended upon Yang Yi. "Which sect are you from?" "I have some ties with most sections, I." "Cut the crap." Yang Yi interrupted her. "I'm not from any sect. Just get the immortal crystals to me. If you don't have them, just tell me, and it'll just break her neck. Besides that, it'll break her neck right now if you waste my time. You can try me if you think I don't dare." She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "An hour. I need an hour to get 1 million immortal crystals. 15 minutes. Yang Yi looked the beautiful woman in the eyes. "Not even a moment longer. Besides that, I'm really impatient. So, I'll kill all of you if you test my patience again." She gazed at Yang Yi and didn't say a word. However, the old man by her side left. Yang Yi released his grip. The woman was just about to flee when Yang Yi suddenly said, "I guarantee that even if you have 3 sages protecting you, I can kill you in the instant that you take that step. Want to try me?" She glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down in the end. At this moment, Shed calmed down, and she gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Are you from one of the 4 paths in the large universe?" Yang Yi closed his eyes and ignored her. She didn't say another word either. Time trickled by. Around 15 minutes passed quickly. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the woman, and the latter turned to the side. An old man appeared out of thin air there, and then he passed a spatial ring to her. She flicked it over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at it, and there were exactly 1 million immortal crystals in it. Yang Yi put it away and gazed at the woman. "Your life is very precious." He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, 3 old men and 2 middle-aged men appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the beautiful woman. The latter started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "Come, let me see how strong you are." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Looks like that 1 million isn't that easy to take." He glanced at the 5 people behind him and continued, "5 major Zen realm experts? Too few. They're not enough." Yang Yi turned around, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he transformed into a ray of light that flashed through the area. At the instant Yang Yi vanished, the expressions of all 5 experts before him changed drastically. They sensed extreme danger. They didn't dare act carelessly at all, and 5 terrifying auras swept out from them and slammed down towards the ray of light. However, the ray of light sliced through them with absolute ease. After that, a speck of cold light appeared on the forehead of one of the old men. The old man was just about to retreat, but it was too late. Hiss! The ray of light shot through the old man's forehead, and the old man's figure stiffened on the spot. However, that wasn't the end of it. The ray of light shot toward the next person. At the instant they saw the old man being killed, an extremely solemn expression appeared on all their faces. At this moment, they didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi at all, and they treated the young man before them as half a sage. As for the beautiful woman, her face turned extremely unsightly. She knew Shed underestimated him. She knew that Shed far underestimated the young man before her. The reason she had chosen not to let the matter rest was Yang Yi's age. As far as she was concerned, he couldn't be that strong at his age. If a single major Zen realm expert couldn't defeat him, then what about 5? However, the facts told her that she was mistaken. Shed heard of such monstrous geniuses in the past. They were existences who couldn't be judged by convention. Now, Shed met one. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from afar. She looked up and saw another major Zen realm expert fall. She slowly clenched her fists. "Madam, take the young miss and go." Suddenly, one of them shouted at her. She stopped holding on to any hope when she heard this, and then she gazed at the woman. "Go." The woman replied, "Come with me." Slap. The beautiful woman slapped her and shouted, "Oh, eldest young miss of mine, learn from this. Take it as a lesson, and consider your own strength before acting as you please. Hu Fei, don't you forget that these 5 elders and I died because of you. Now, fuck off." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the woman's shoulder and tossed her away. It only took an instant for the woman to vanish from the beautiful woman's field of vision. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and turned to look at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, only 2 more experts were left in battle with Yang Yi. However, they were completely suppressed and couldn't even fight back. Is he a sage? The woman closed her eyes slowly. 2 breaths of time later, she said, "Stop." The 2 major Zen realm experts immediately stopped when they heard her, but Yang Yi didn't. A ray of light flashed, and one of their heads flew up into the air. The other had despair all over his face. Sure enough, Yang Yi turned to look at him after killing the other expert. A moment later, he saw a ray of light flash, and then time froze. He just saw a ray of light, and it was the last thing he saw. Hiss. A string of blood sprayed from the forehead of the last major Zen realm expert. Yang Yi lowered his sword and turned to look at the beautiful woman. "I think I can still fight 10 more. Chapter 2093, Attaining the Tao. Chapter 2093, Attaining the Tao. The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Forgive me, I—" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. A speck of cold light appeared before her eyes. It was a ray of sword energy. It was the last thing she ever saw. Yang Yi was behind her. He sheathed his sword slowly and left. A strand of blood suddenly seeped out from her throat, and it gradually started flowing. Yang Yi had decided to just let the matter rest. After all, Head gained 1,000,000 immortal crystals, but he hadn't expected them to wish for the opposite. Since that was the case, he naturally intended to kill them all. As he walked and walked, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. He didn't want others to pay attention to him. Yang Yi didn't leave the city. He knew nothing about Void Continent, so he planned to gain a better understanding of it. After inquiring in the city, Yang Yi gained a rough understanding of the continent. There were a few famous organizations on the continent, and it was the organizations the beautiful woman had mentioned earlier. There were 3 sects and 6 factions, and the 3 sects were the strongest. They were the Sky Sect, Earth Sect, and Mortal Sect. Something worth mentioning was that they were actually part of the same organization, but for some reason, they had split into 3 sections. Besides that, the 6 factions couldn't be underestimated either. All of them may not possess progenitors, but they definitely had sages. In short, they couldn't be underestimated. Just like that, Yang Yi went all around Hidden Dragon City throughout the day, but he still wasn't able to gain any information about the Bodhi tree. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave, a few powerful auras shot up into the air from the city, and they vanished into the sky. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and frowned, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that followed them. High above in the sky, Yang Yi was very careful because all of them were sages. Around 4 hours later, they stopped, and so did Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. They were on an island. It wasn't very huge, and it should be described as small. He could see the entire island with just a single glance. Meanwhile, Yang Yi noticed that besides the experts in front of him, there were many other hidden and powerful auras throughout the island. Sages. Yang Yi was shocked. Obviously, they were all gathered here for the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree is here? Yang Yi glanced at the island, but he didn't notice anything but some demon beasts. If only Snowy was here. Yang Yi shook his head. Snowy's talent was locating treasures. If she was here, she may be able to sense the Bodhi tree. Even if she couldn't, she would be able to sense other treasures, and that was good too. Unfortunately, the little fellow was still evolving. Yang Yi didn't act rashly and just hid in the shadows. Meanwhile, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. He looked over and saw an old man and a robust woman flying over here. Yang Yi was stunned when he saw her, because it was none other than Amon, whom had gotten to know in the dead dimension. Yang Yi frowned. What's she doing here? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose to go over, because the old man by her side was a sage, and he may be part of the Sage Alliance. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and focused on keeping himself completely hidden. Time trickled by. More and more arrived here, and he sensed more than 20 powerful auras here. All of them were sages. There were over 20 sages on a single small island. It could be said that just the aura they jointly emanated could obliterate this entire island. Time passed slowly. A long time later, the entire island trembled, and then it started moving. It started moving slowly towards the right. In the beginning, it was only moving slightly, but in the end, it started speeding up progressively. The people here moved along with the island. Just like that, the island arrived in the boundless ocean, and it was still moving. Yang Yi frowned. At this moment, he felt something was off. What exactly was off? He couldn't put a finger on it. He just felt that something was off. His intuition was usually extremely accurate, so had decided to stop following. However, the island suddenly stopped, and then pillars of water surged up around it and formed a barrier of water that completely surrounded the people hidden throughout the island. Yang Yi's heart sank. Suddenly, the island shook violently, and then it started to transform. In the beginning, they couldn't discern anything special about it, but they figured it out after a while. It was a tree. The island was actually a tree. The Bodhi tree? Everyone hidden in the shadows couldn't help but feel excited. Is it the legendary Bodhi tree? 15 minutes later, the entire island had transformed into a tree, a towering tree. There was bright green light flowing all around it, and the specks of light floated all over the tree. Besides that, its leaves were the color of moonlight. It simply seemed like they were made of moonlight. They were extremely beautiful. Besides that, there was a faint strand of sweet fragrance drifting through the surroundings. Just a whiff of it made a person feel light, and it was simply impossible to describe with just words. At this moment, practically everyone in the surroundings was certain that it was the Bodhi tree of legend. The Bodhi tree had shown itself. At this moment, the sages here were the most excited. The Bodhi tree represented that they could advance a step further. While the progenitor realm was just a step away from the sage realm, it was a gap that was akin to life and death. Throughout the history of the large universe, there have been countless sages, but how many progenitors have there been? Perhaps there weren't even more than 10. As far as these sages were concerned, it was absolutely difficult to take that final step on their own, so they placed their hopes on external forces. The Bodhi tree. After all, the Buddhist path's progenitor had relied on the Bodhi tree to attain the progenitor realm. While they were excited and overjoyed, they were quite sensible and didn't try to take it for themselves. What a joke. A divine treasure like this was something they had to curry favor with. It wasn't something they could just take. They didn't dare to try to take it either. Suddenly, an old man appeared not too far from the tree. He bowed respectfully and said, "There's no need to have your guard up. We don't have any ill intent towards you, and we won't allow anyone to have ill intent towards you." A short while passed before the pillars of water in the surroundings slowly vanished. The old man was inwardly happy when he witnessed this, and he said, "We only have one request, and it's to sit below you and comprehend. I wonder if you'll give us this opportunity?" Why was the Bodhi tree able to help others attain the progenitor realm? Others may not be aware of the reason, but these sages were. The Bodhi tree had such ability mainly because it had been born along with this universe. While it couldn't be proved, one thing was certain, and it was that the Bodhi tree had experienced the passage of countless universes, years, and civilizations, the passage of time. Sages like them needed such accumulation that had been completed over time. However, they had no idea how to accomplish it. The progenitors naturally had experience in it. However, why would those progenitors help them? Moreover, even if they did help, it wouldn't make a difference. The reason was very simple. Their own fortuitous encounters were different. For example, someone could take a certain path, but someone else may be unable to do so. The Bodhi tree. If they could meditate and comprehend below the Bodhi tree, they would be able to comprehend the passage of time that the Bodhi tree had experienced. The birth of the universe, its destruction, its rise, and its fall. The old man slightly sounded like he was pleading, and there was a trace of humility in his voice too. How could he not be excited when attaining the Tao was right before him? Yang Yi was comparatively calm. As far as he was concerned, he couldn't become a progenitor even if the tree let him comprehend everything. That was also why he remained the most sensible among everyone here. Yang Yi sized up the tree, and then he slowly moved backward. It wasn't that he felt there was definitely something wrong about this tree, and it was just out of habit. As far as he was concerned, it was best to have a way out of everything. The old man gazing at the tree was seemingly visibly perturbed. He didn't dare guarantee that the tree would agree. A short while later, the Bodhi tree shook slightly, and then a wooden bench appeared before the old man. The old man was overjoyed, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully to the tree. "Thank you. They'll repay you 100-fold if I succeed." Meanwhile, almost 20 others appeared before the tree. All of them bowed to it and spoke in unison, "Please allow us to as well." A moment of silence ensued, and then a wooden bench appeared before all of them. There was even one in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the wooden bench, hesitated for a moment, and then planned to try sitting on it. As soon as he did that, Chapter 2094, Something's Off. Suddenly, the tiny vortex within Yang Yi started spinning. It was dangerous. Yang Ye's mind instantly cleared up. Since it was warning him of danger, there was definitely a huge problem with all of this. Yang Yi started moving backwards, and he intended to leave the island. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he stopped once more. He looked to the left, and it was where Amon and the old man were. At this moment, the old man had sat down, and Amon was slightly hesitant. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to go over to her. Amon was shocked to see him. "You." As soon as she said that, Yang Yi grabbed her arm and took her over 1 kilometer away. Amon asked, "Is something wrong?" Yang Yi shook his head. "There's something wrong here. Come with me." Amon was puzzled. "There's something wrong?" Yang Yi nodded. "You don't trust me?" She gazed at him for a short while and said, "Of course I do. However, I want to warn." "No?" Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Firstly, he won't believe you. Even if he knows there's something wrong, he won't rashly give up this opportunity. Besides that, he has sat down, so it's probably too late to warn him now." Amon shot a glance over, and she saw that over 20 sages had sat down. Yang Yi didn't want to waste more time. He grabbed her arm and vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for them to arrive far away, and they can vaguely see the island from this point in the sky. Amon suddenly asked, "That isn't the Bodhi tree?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not sure. I'm only sure that there's something wrong. I'm sure you sensed it too, right?" She nodded slightly. "I sensed something was off, but I can't put a finger on it." Yang Yi said, "We can sense that because we're not sages, so we don't have that desperate desire to advance further." He turned and gazed at the island. "Anyway, we'll know soon enough if there is something wrong." Amon nodded, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. "You grow so quickly. Even sages can't kill you with ease now, right?" Yang Yi said, "So what? I'm facing more than one sage." "Right, what do you know about the Sage Alliance?" "The Sage Alliance?" She frowned. A short while passed before she spoke solemnly. "The Sage Alliance is actually an alliance made jointly by all the races, and its sages come from all the races. They established the alliance as a precaution against the 4 paths. Otherwise, if any one of the paths became unhappy, wouldn't the other races be reduced to slaves? So, they established the alliance, and if the four paths try to enslave them, they will choose to join forces against the four paths. For example, when dealing with the four paths and you, all the races, Yang Yi spoke solemnly, can they fight the four paths? Amon laughed bitterly. It's difficult. After all, the four paths have progenitors. However, it isn't to the point that they can't resist at all. Moreover, it's impossible for all four paths to join forces. They still have a chance if they're facing just a single path. As for if the four paths join forces, then if all the races are willing to stop at nothing, then they can cause mutual destruction for themselves and the four paths. Yang Yi asked, where's the headquarters of the Sage Alliance? Amon gazed at him. What are you planning? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. I'm just asking. You don't think that I want to go to their headquarters, right? I'm not that strong. Amon thought for a while and felt that what Yang Yi said was true. While he was a monstrous genius, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight the entire Sage Alliance on his own. Even if Yang Yi attained the Sage Realm, he was absolutely incapable of fighting the entire Sage Alliance. Suddenly, Amon said, look. Yang Yi looked over, and he noticed that many white dots had appeared around the tree. Yang Yi frowned. What's going on? She spoke in a low voice. Something has definitely happened. Let's get a little closer and have a look. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded, all right. They stopped when they were around 30 kilometers away from the island. At this moment, they could see the sages on the island, and they could see it all very clearly. Those sages were still seated cross-legged on the wooden benches, and all of them seemed like they were in a deep meditative state and weren't moving at all. Suddenly, Amon pointed at one of the sages. Look over there. Yang Ye's gaze followed along her finger, and his face fell when he saw the sage she was pointing at. That old man's hair had been black, but it was actually turning white at a visible rate. Moreover, wrinkles were gradually appearing on his face. In the end, the sage's face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair had even turned snow white. He seemed absolutely old. However, this wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi and Amon watched with shock as the sage's hair actually started falling off in clumps. Besides that, his skin was drying up like a drying tangerine. Yang Yi frowned. What's going on? Amon had a gloomy expression on her face, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, they couldn't figure out what was going on. However, the same thing started happening to another sage near that sage. Around 15 minutes later, they watched as those sages started to undergo changes. Just like the first sage, their hair turned snow white, more and more wrinkles appeared, and then their hair started to fall off. Amon spoke in a low voice. What is happening to them? Yang Yi shook his head. He couldn't figure it out either. They were definitely experiencing something, but he didn't know if it was a good thing or bad thing. Time trickled by. 2 hours later, one of them suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were extremely muddy as if he was losing his sight, and it was even slightly blurry. As he gazed at the tree in front of him, he had a slightly blank look as he spoke. I see, that's it. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi and Amon watched as his body actually transformed into sand that scattered on the ground. He was gone. A sage was gone just like that. Yang Yi and Amon exchanged glances, and there was astonishment in their eyes, because they were very sure that Sage hadn't vanished, that Sage had died. What had he experienced? What happened that made a sage die just like that? However, that was just the beginning. After that, sage after sage started to vanish on the wooden bench just like the first sage. Around 15 minutes later, only 3 sages remained on the wooden benches. As for the rest, they had vanished without making a sound. Yang Yi gazed at the tree. The tree was very calm, and there was nothing strange about it. Is that really the Bodhi tree? Such a thought had appeared in Yang Ye's mind. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly said, Look over there. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw another sage perish. That sage had vanished too. He'd vanished from the wooden bench just like that. Something strange. Meanwhile, Amon spoke solemnly. These sages are definitely extremely mentally strong. and it's impossible for anything normal to make them vanish without making a sound. Yang Yi nodded. Those capable of attaining the sage realm had definitely experienced countless setbacks. So, even if they had inner demons, they would have conquered them. Since that was the case, what was making them gradually perish? Perhaps he could find out the answer if he sat on the wooden bench, but Yang Yi wasn't an idiot, so he would never do that. Only 2 sages remained there. Time trickled by. Finally, 2 hours later, one of them opened their eyes. At this moment, he'd aged to an indescribable state. He just gazed at the tree and then slowly stretched out his hand. However, he noticed to his astonishment that he actually didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He didn't have any strength left in him. At this moment, he understood the state he was in. A long time later, he gazed at the tree and laughed bitterly, and then he turned around to look at Yang Yi and Amon. His lips moved, and he seemed like he wanted to say something. However, he didn't even have the strength to speak. But he didn't give up and tried hard to say something. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and then his body suddenly vanished. He'd perished. Amon asked in a low voice, what was he trying to say? Yang Yi shook his head and closed his eyes slowly. He wanted to say something, but something seemed to not want to let him do that. What did he want to say? At this moment, both their hearts felt extremely heavy. Short while passed before they looked at the final sage. Suddenly, that sage opened his eyes. As soon as he did that, Yang Yi and Amon noticed that the sage had suddenly grown younger, as if time had been reversed on him. His snowy white hair had turned pitch black, and the wrinkles on his face has vanished. Haha! Roaring laughter resounded, and then the final sage shot up into the sky. At the same time, a powerful aura swept out and caused the entire world to tremble before it. I see. The sage suddenly glanced at Yang Yi after speaking those words, and there was a trace of a mysterious glow in his eyes. In the end, he vanished into the sky. Yang Yi frowned. Something's off. Chapter 2095. Let's fight. Something's off. Yang Yi couldn't put a finger on it, but he felt that something was off, very off. The main reason he felt something was off was the attitude of the last 2 sages. The first clearly wanted to say something, but he didn't even have the strength to say it. As for the second, it was the sage who had left just now. That sage seemed to have recognized him. Amon spoke softly, let's leave first. Yang Yi nodded, glanced at the tree, and then vanished into the sky with Amon. Once they left, the tree remained there. It just stood there quietly and seemed to be waiting for something. On the seaside, Yang Yi and Amon sat cross-legged in silence. Both of them were thinking about what had just happened. A long time passed before Amon suddenly said, what do you plan to do from now on? Yang Yi gazed at her. Me? Amon nodded slightly. You seem to have been swept into the battle of paths on the Dao Path's side. But the Dao Path's attitude towards you is very vague, and coupled with the fact that the Sage Alliance is targeting you. She paused for a moment and continued, based on my inference, since the Sage Alliance dares to target you while the Dao Path stands behind you, it's mostly because the other paths may be supporting them. The Weapon Path, Confucianist Path, and Buddhist Path. One of them are definitely supporting them. It's most likely the Buddhist Path. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. There's some enmity between us. I don't know if it's the Weapon Path and Confucianist Path. Amon spoke in a low voice. I'll help you investigate once I get back. Help me investigate? Yang Yi asked. How? Actually, big sis, it's best if you don't get involved in my business. He sincerely respected her. So, he was willing to call her big sis. That was exactly why he didn't want her to get involved in this, because he was afraid she'd been dragged down with him. Amon glanced at Yang Yi with a displeased look in her eyes. You think too little of me. Of course I can't go against the Sage Alliance, but I can investigate. Yang Yi wasn't to say something, but she interrupted him. I know you're afraid of dragging me down with you, but you're overthinking. I'm just investigating, so it isn't a big deal. Moreover, I dare not guarantee that I'll be able to find out anything. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Just as you see fit. In any case, don't get involved if it gets dangerous. Understand? I'm not looking down on you, but you should be aware that my problems are quite complicated. Amon smiled, of course. Yang Yi wanted to say something, but he suddenly withdrew a transmission stone, and Yang Lianshuang's voice came from it. A long time passed before a solemn expression appeared on both their faces. Based on the information Yang Lianshuang received, a sage had returned to the large universe, and his strength had improved tremendously. Supposedly, he'd gone to discuss the Tao with a progenitor, and that sage had come from the void dimension. So, the large universe was filled with excitement. The Bodhi tree in the void dimension was real. It could be said that everyone in the large universe was certain of it. Especially the sages, those in closed-door cultivation had emerged and started rushing to the void dimension. They weren't the only ones. Even some other ordinary cultivators were on the way. Of course, they weren't coming for the Bodhi tree because they knew their own limits. It wasn't something they could covet. Even then, many were still rushing to the void dimension. Their objective was very simple, and it was mostly to lay eyes on the legendary Bodhi tree. As for the sages, their objective was obvious. The progenitor realm. While many sages had perished, it couldn't stop their desire to become progenitors. As far as they were concerned, the Bodhi tree was a huge opportunity for them. Even if it was dangerous, they weren't willing to give up this opportunity. Because once they succeeded, they would really become one of the few strongest existences in the world. At that time, they could remain eternal with the sun and moon, or even survive longer than that. It was worth the risk for sages. Just like that, more and more rushed to the void dimension. At the seaside, an old man and woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Amon. A sage. Amon had a solemn expression on her face when she saw them. It was because the old man was a sage. As for Yang Ye's gaze, it had descended on the woman by the old man's side. He recognized her. She was the woman who tried to scam him in the restaurant. Obviously, she brought help. The old man sized up Yang Yi. Which one of the four paths? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Don't worry, I don't have any backing. You can attack if you want to. Yang Yi was without any fear as he faced a sage. Even though he wasn't confident in his ability to win in battle with a sage, he really wanted to fight a sage. The old man gazed at him for a long time before he said, "Then let me see how monstrous the geniuses of the large universe are." The old man's figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi looked up, and then a ray of light shot up into the sky. Only the woman and Amon remained here. Amon glanced at the woman. "Why did you offend him?" She looked Amon in the eyes. "He killed my mother." "He killed your mother?" Amon spoke indifferently. "That fellow does have a bad temper, but based on my understanding of him, he doesn't kill for no reason." "So, you definitely did something to him." The woman glanced coldly at Amon. "Is that important?" "He's dead anyway." "Dead?" Amon laughed coldly. "You're too young. If you were from the large universe, you would understand what the name Yang Yi represents." "What did it represent?" Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. It represented an existence that should never be offended. Besides the Four Paths and the Sage Alliance, was there any other organization that would rashly offend Yang Yi? In any case, the patriarch of the barbarian race had given the order to never offend Yang Yi, and even if they encountered him, they should make a compromise. Besides that, didn't the sovereign of man have enmity with Yang Yi? Yang Yi had killed his son. However, the sovereign of man didn't come looking for trouble with Yang Yi. It could be said that besides the Sage Alliance, no other organization would rashly offend Yang Yi. If one said he had no backing, he still had the Tao Path, and many others. Most importantly, the Sage Alliance had sent many sages for him, but Yang Yi was still alive. So, as far as the other races were concerned, Yang Yi was like a vortex. Of course, if one were to put it in a more direct manner, Yang Yi was a madman to them. He was a madman who couldn't be offended at all, because once he was offended, he would come for revenge like a madman. Moreover, no organization was willing to fight a madman like him at a time like this. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the woman's mouth. "Are you telling me he can defeat a sage?" Amon spoke indifferently. "I don't know if he can, but I know that he has escaped many sages. Moreover, he's not a pedantic fellow. If he has a chance, he will definitely fight. If he doesn't, he will definitely run. Since he hasn't run, it's clear that he has a chance to win." The woman replied coldly, "Then let's wait and see." Aman nodded. "We shall." High above in the sky, Yang Yi and the old man stood in confrontation in the air, and they were around 300 m away from each other. They didn't waste their breaths. The old man immediately raised his right hand and pressed it down in Yang Ye's direction. It was like the sky was collapsing. The might of a sage was more terrifying than the world collapsing. At this moment, this sage before him was just probing him, because a Zen realm expert could be obliterated by just the aura of a sage. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he swung it forward. Hiss! A ray of sword energy shot forward. The sage's aura was instantly obliterated. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You really do have some ability." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward, and then the space around Yang Yi shattered. Yang Yi was within a pitch-black expanse of space, and then the black hole around him suddenly started to spin. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like he was being torn apart by a million horses, and his body felt like it was about to be torn into bits. Bang! A wave of powerful aura swept out from Yang Yi, and then a huge ethereal white dragon appeared behind Yang Yi. The Sky Dragon. Yang Yi knew that if he didn't use the Sky Dragon, his body wouldn't be able to resist the strength of a sage, and only the Sky Dragon could support his body against a sage. The old man frowned slightly when he saw Yang Yi actually resist it. The strength of Yang Ye's body had truly exceeded his expectations. It wasn't something a Zen realm expert should possess at all. The old man restrained his thoughts and started walking in Yang Ye's direction. "I don't care which of the 4 paths you're from. Since you dared to kill my people, you have to pay." The old man vanished on the spot, and a wave of powerful pressure appeared here. Obviously, the old man was treating the battle seriously now. Yang Yi took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then his sword vanished. It was replaced by a silver halberd. Elysium. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the old man while holding Elysium. "Let's fight." Chapter 2096 Gathering of Sages. Chapter 2096 Gathering of Sages. Elysium. As soon as he grasped Elysium, Yang Yi felt boundless strength. Elysium. At this moment, he understood what it was like to possess a powerful weapon. At this moment, the powerful pressure emanated by the sage had arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi tightened his grip on Elysium, twisted his foot against the ground, and then spun 360 degrees. At the same time, Elysium swept forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. The old man's aura was instantly obliterated, and a ray of silver light shot forward. A moment later, it arrived before the old man. It was Yang Yi with Elysium in his grasp. The old man didn't shrink back. He twisted his right hand and slapped it forward, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Meanwhile, Elysium slammed down at the old man. Boom! As soon as they came into contact with each other, the battlefield was obliterated. Below the battlefield, the woman's face gradually turned unsightly. As far as she was concerned, the battle should have ended in 10 breaths of time at most, but it had been going on for almost an hour now. Moreover, the sounds of battle allowed her to realize that the young man called Yang Yi was much stronger than she imagined. He had the ability to fight a sage. The woman slowly closed her eyes. "Who have I offended?" On the battlefield, the battle was still going on. However, Yang Yi and the sage were fighting in a black hole. With Elysium in his hand, Yang Yi's strength had multiplied by countless times. Coupled with the special characteristics of Elysium, even the old man didn't dare go head-on against his attacks. That was also why they were equally matched in battle. At this moment, the old man grew more and more shocked as the battle progressed. Is this really a Zen realm expert? He was truly shocked right now. A Zen realm expert actually possessed the strength of a sage. If he wasn't experiencing it for himself, he would never believe it. Yang Yi grew more and more excited as the battle progressed. Even though he was relying on Elysium to fight the old man, it didn't matter. External forces were a part of a person's strength. Of course, he would only use external forces when facing an expert like a sage. If he encountered anyone in the same realm of cultivation, he would never use any external forces. Simply speaking, there was a limit, and he could grasp it well. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and then two figures split apart. They were Yang Yi and the old man, of course. The old man stared at Yang Yi. There were many injuries on Yang Yi, but since the battle began, Yang Yi was still persisting. His recovery was simply unprecedented. Yang Yi pointed Elysium downwards at an angle and gazed at the old man. Shall we continue? The old man closed his eyes slowly. A long time later, he gazed at Yang Yi. I've really had my eyes open today. We'll meet again. He vanished once he finished speaking. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't give chase. Actually, he was almost completely exhausted. While had been able to fight the old man equally, if it continued, it would mostly end with him losing. Because even until now, the old man was still able to deal with his attacks without much difficulty. If the old man really risked his life, Yang Yi would probably only have less than a 30% chance at winning. Unfortunately, the old man was clearly unwilling to do that. He knew that he was still lacking in many aspects. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and returned to the ground. Only Amon was there. Amon gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. Amazing. It was heartfelt. While it couldn't be said that there was no one in the younger generation of the large universe capable of fighting sages, there absolutely weren't more than a handful. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. He didn't say a word. He just sat down cross-legged and started recuperating. Presently, his entire body felt terrible. Actually, it did come with benefits. Had learned a lot from his battle with the sage. Now, he had to absorb everything Head gained. Far away in the clouds, an old man and young woman stopped there. The old man was naturally the old man who'd fought Yang Yi just now. The woman spoke softly. Ancestor, even you can't kill him? He glanced at her and shook his head. If I'm willing to pay a certain price, I'm 80 or even 90% confident that I can kill him. But is it worth it to risk my life against him? Of course not. Moreover, he possesses such strength at his age, so he definitely has the backing of quite a powerful organization. While the organizations of the large universe can't interfere in our world, it doesn't mean that they can't come here. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "This thing ends here. Allow me to be honest, if it was anyone else in the clan who caused all of this, I would have obliterated that person by now. It's time for you to grow up. From this moment onward, you're not allowed outside until you attain the major Zen realm, and if you still act disobediently like you have in the past, don't blame me for showing no mercy." The old man vanished once he finished speaking. The woman remained silent on the spot for a long time. In the end, she shot a glance at Yang Yi's direction and vanished as well. By the seaside, Yang Yi was recuperating, and Amon was by his side. However, Amon wasn't the only one here now. More and more people were arriving here. All of them were cultivators. Some of them had rushed over from the large universe, and some were locals of Void Continent. Since such a divine treasure had appeared in the Void Dimension, the experts of the dimension would naturally not allow such an opportunity to slip by. As for the sages, they had other plans. More and more experts were converging here. An hour later, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Amon asked, "You're all right now?" Yang Yi nodded. He glanced at the surroundings and noticed many people. She spoke softly. "They're all here for that tree." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Are experts from your race here?" She shook her head. "I've notified our patriarch and reported that there's something off here. So, the patriarch hasn't sent any experts for now. However, according to my knowledge, those fellows won't be able to restrain themselves for long." "That's normal," Yang Yi continued, "not to mention them, even am quite tempted. However, we should stay sensible. While some things are good, we shouldn't force it if it doesn't belong to us. Otherwise, it still won't belong to us." He gazed at the tree in the distance. It was still there and hadn't left. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, just that was unusual. Suddenly, a few powerful auras flew towards the island, and then 3 old men appeared before the tree. They bowed respectfully to it and said something. A short while later, 3 wooden benches appeared before them. This time, they weren't overjoyed like the first group of sages, because they were aware that over 20 sages had perished here. In other words, there was danger here. Simply speaking, they would either achieve a breakthrough or die. That was why while many sages had rushed over here, very few had gone to the tree. It was because they were still hesitating. A long time passed before those 3 sages sat down. Obviously, they decided to risk everything. Everyone here was watching them. Time trickled by, and a long time passed before changes started to occur on those sages. Their hair started to turn white, and their faces started aging. They were growing old. They were aging rapidly at a visible speed. The skin on their faces seemed like dried-up tangerines, and it was simply impossible to describe how dried up it was. Besides that, they were emitting a smell, but the people on the seaside couldn't smell it. It was the smell of decay. It was happening again. Yang Yi and Amon exchanged glances, and there was bewilderment in both their eyes. What are these sages experiencing to make them age so quickly? Perhaps they would know the answer if they sat down there, but they would never dare to do that, no matter what. Time trickled by. The sages were still aging. After quite some time passed, one of the sages suddenly opened his eyes. There was no color left in his eyes, and there was only muddiness left. He just gazed blankly at the tree. In the end, he gazed at the seaside. His lips trembled. He seemed like he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, he vanished before he could say anything. Another sage had perished. The seaside was extremely silent. Another sage had perished soundlessly just like that. Suddenly, another sage opened his eyes. That sage gazed at the tree and tried hard to stand up, but he noticed that he couldn't even lift a finger. In the end, self-ridicule appeared in his eyes, and then he vanished on the wooden bench. Only a single sage remained. Everyone's gazes converged on that final sage. Time trickled by. Around 6 hours passed before that sage suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment that happened, his face suddenly started rapidly growing younger. Ha ha ha. He suddenly started roaring with laughter. It rumbled through the surroundings and was filled with self-satisfaction and madness. However, Yang Yi frowned instead. Chapter 2097 Something's Wrong. Chapter 2097 Something's Wrong. 3 sages. Out of 3, 2 had perished and 1 succeeded. While the successful sage hadn't attained the progenitor realm immediately, as far as the others were concerned, he probably wasn't too far away from it. After all, he was laughing extremely happily. Obviously, had obtained tremendous benefits. Now, the hearts of countless other sages were seething. It was dangerous, but there was opportunity within the danger. As far as the sages were concerned, all of them just lacked a trace of comprehension. If they achieved it, they would be able to become progenitors. However, they may never achieve it in their entire lives without a fortuitous encounter. Yet now, there was an opportunity before them, and it was naturally that tree. So, all the sages rushed incessantly to it. Amon suddenly asked, "Shall we leave?" Yang Yi was about to say something when he was suddenly stunned, and then he gazed at her. "Give me a minute." He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his body. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi went over to Snowy. At this moment, Tian Xiao was looking ahead with excitement. Snowy was there, and she was waving her claws about like she was dreaming. Yang Yi asked Little Sky, "What's going on?" Little Sky had never left Snowy Sky throughout this time. Little Sky spoke softly. "It seems like she's about to wake up." "She's waking up?" Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Snowy's brows twitched, and then she opened her eyes. Bang! In an instant, a wave of terrifying spirit energy swept out from Snowy, blasting Yang Yi and Little Sky over 3 kilometers away. Because Yang Yi had been swift and took Tian Xiao in his arms, she hadn't been able to avoid being injured by the wave of energy. Yang Yi looked up into the distance. Snowy was stretching, and then she greedily sucked in a breath of air. In an instant, the world throughout the primordial pagoda changed, and it seemed like something had been sucked dry. Spirit energy. At this moment, at least 80% of the spirit energy in the pagoda had been sucked away. Yang Yi was absolutely shocked by this. Suddenly, a golden pagoda appeared in front of Snowy. It bumped Snowy's head lightly with its sharp top. Snowy embraced the pagoda, rubbed her head against it, and then grinned. Meanwhile, the primordial pagoda bumped Snowy again and seemed to be saying something to her. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly shouted while being embraced between Yang Ye's arms. Snowy, she wants you to return the spirit energy. Snowy blinked, and then she looked down at the primordial pagoda. The latter bumped her again, and she cracked a smile before spitting. In an instant, the spirit energy in the pagoda returned to normal. Meanwhile, the pagoda bumped Snowy's little head again and transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished into the sky. Once the primordial pagoda left, Snowy flashed over to Yang Yi and Tianxiu. She wrapped her paws around Yang Ye's neck and rubbed her head lightly against his chin, and then she flew over to Tianxiu and rubbed Tianxiu's head gently. Tianxiu grabbed Snowy and kissed Snowy on the head instead. Snowy, we can play together again. Yang Yi was visibly happy as he gazed at Tianxiu, who seemed extremely happy. While she had matured slightly, she was still a child. Yang Yi believed that with Snowy there to guide her, she would definitely not become bad. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Snowy, what can you do now? Snowy gazed at Yang Yi and sucked in a light breath. In an instant, the spirit energy in the surroundings vanished again. However, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly spat it all out again. She could take as much as she wanted in the outside world, but she had to give the primordial pagoda face here. No, as far as she was concerned, the primordial pagoda was a very good friend, and while she could use her friend's things, she couldn't take it all. Yes, that was how Snowy thought. Yang Yi asked, what else? Snowy blinked, and then she withdrew an immortal crystal. After that, she rubbed her paw against it, and then it multiplied into 2. Yang Yi was speechless. In the end, Yang Yi couldn't figure out what had changed. However, he was certain that Snowy had undergone some sort of change. After all, just her ability to take away all the spirit energy within the primordial pagoda was extremely terrifying. In short, he didn't have to worry about spirit energy while he had the little fellow. If he needed spirit energy, he just had to take her somewhere and make her take away all the spirit energy there, and he would have spirit energy. Yang Yi played with Snowy and Tianxiu for a while before leaving the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, more and more had arrived at the seaside. At the same time, sage after sage was heading towards the tree. While many of them perished before the tree, it still couldn't stop them. Meanwhile, Amon suddenly said, what a loss. Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? Amon shook her head. While the large universe is huge, there aren't that many sages. All the races together only have a few hundred sages, and that's the total of all the races in the large universe. Now that they're dying in succession, there'll be a shortage of sages for quite some time from now. She turned towards the distance. Now, the number of sages is still declining incessantly, so it's not a good thing for the large universe at all. That may not necessarily be the case. Yang Yi said, every dead sage makes the sage alliance weaker. That's a really good thing for me. She glanced at him, sigh. Yang Yi smiled. Let's head to Hidden Dragon City. She asked, why? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I keep having the feeling that I'm being watched while I stay here. She wanted to say something, but Yang Yi said, let's just head back to the city for now. Amon nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something, and he patted his chest. A moment later, Snowy's little head emerged from there. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, and then she leaped up onto Yang Ye's shoulder. Yang Yi rubbed her head and pointed at the tree. Snowy, is that a treasure? Snowy looked along the direction Yang Yi was pointing towards, and then her eyes lit up while she hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Is it really the Bodhi tree? Suddenly, Snowy pulled on his ear and signaled for him to run immediately. Yang Yi asked, it's dangerous? She kept nodding, and then she felt like it wasn't enough. So she pointed at the tree and started waving her paws about. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. That was what she was telling him. Yang Yi gazed at the tree. I knew there was something wrong with it. Luckily, I didn't sit down there, or I may be dead. However, based on what Snowy told him, while it was extraordinarily dangerous, it was an extraordinarily precious treasure too. Moreover, she didn't ask Yang Yi to go take it this time, and she wanted him to run. Obviously, it was so dangerous that even she gave up on obtaining it. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to take Snowy with him and leave with Amon. Not long after they left, A young man and old man appeared where Yang Yi and Amon had been. They wore cloud-white robes, and they emanated a scholarly aura. The young man asked, "Was that Yang Yi?" The old man nodded slightly. "It should be him. I didn't expect him to be here." The young man asked, "Is he really the successor of that existence in the Tao path?" The old man replied, "I'm not very sure. That existence's attitude towards him is very vague, so no one knows what he's thinking." The old man glanced at the young man and continued, "What? Are you that interested in him?" The young man smiled. Head called the number one genius of the large universe. "So, I'm naturally interested. Of course, I'm more curious than interested. I'm curious if he's worthy of that title." The old man said, "The number one genius? No one can call themselves the best. However, his strength is beyond doubt. As for you, if you want to spar with him, you can. But you must remember that it isn't necessary to become enemies with him. While our Confucianist path's relationship with the Tao path isn't that good, it isn't that bad either. So, it isn't necessary to look for trouble with him." The young man nodded slightly. "I understand. They'll just look for an opportunity to spar with him." He gazed at the tree and continued, "Master, do you think that's the Bodhi tree?" The old man gazed at the tree, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. In the end, he shook his head. "I'm not sure." The young man asked, "Master, do you plan on trying?" The old man smiled, "Of course. However, I'm not in a rush, and I've always believed that attaining the Tao requires one's own comprehension, and relying on external forces is never the right way." The young man smiled. "I think so too." He glanced at the tree and continued, "Moreover, I think that there's something off about it." The old man nodded. "Indeed. I've already sought advice from our ancestor, and the reply I received was something's off." The young man was surprised. "Even our ancestor is paying attention to this?" The old man replied, "Even progenitors are tempted by the Bodhi tree." The young man nodded and didn't offer anything in response. Suddenly he said, "Master, I'm leaving for a while." The old man glanced at him and smiled. "Go on." The young man bowed and left. The old man smiled. "Youths." Chapter 2098 Genius from the Confucianist Path. Chapter 2098 Genius from the Confucianist Path. Yang Yi and Amon returned to Hidden Dragon City, and then she left. She was returning to the barbaric race to help Yang Yi find out about the Sage Alliance. Yang Yi was quite against it in the beginning because he really didn't want her to get mixed up in it. The Sage Alliance wasn't an organization that she could afford to offend. However, his refusal didn't make a difference, so he had no choice but to just tell her to be careful. Once she left, Yang Yi wanted to look for a place to rest, but a young man appeared not too far away from him. The young man seemed to be a little over 20. He wore a cloud-white robe and held an emerald flute. He grinned to Yang Yi. "The Confucianist path, Li Yu." "The Confucianist path?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. "What? Does the Confucianist path want my head too?" Li Yu shook his head slightly. "I came looking for you merely for a spar and nothing else." "A spar?" Yang Yi glanced at him. "I don't like meaningless fights." Li Yu smiled. "If I'm not wrong, you very rarely have any opponents in the younger generation, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "That's true." Li Yu said, "Now, you may have found one. So, want to try?" Confidence. Li Yu had confidence that came from the heart. Yang Yi felt slightly interested. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "Shall we go somewhere else?" He wanted to spar with the geniuses of the younger generation too. Li Yu grinned when he heard Yang Yi, of course. They vanished on the spot, high above in the sky. Their strength was entirely sufficient to open up a battlefield in space, and they stood in confrontation within it with around 300 m between them. Meanwhile, Li Yu said, "Brother Yang, it's just a spar without any link to any enmity. So, we'll stop once victory is decided. All right?" Yang Yi glanced at him. Needless to say, he had a good impression of the young man. The young man wasn't overbearing. Of course, it was just an impression. Yang Yi nodded, all right. He didn't want any enmity to be created between him and the Confucianist path either. Li Yu nodded and took a step forward. A moment later, the emerald flute in his grasp floated up to his mouth, and then a pleasing tune floated from it. In the beginning, it was like a stream that was flowing gradually, but it didn't take long to grow louder like crashing waves. In the beginning, Yang Yi didn't feel anything was off, but it didn't take long for his expression to change drastically, because the profound energy within him was actually vanishing gradually. Besides that, the spirit energy in the surrounding space was vanishing too. However, it should be said that it wasn't vanishing but rejecting him instead. The spirit energy was actually rejecting him. Snowy was furious when she sensed this, and she was about to wave her paw. However, Yang Yi stopped her. It was a fair fight, so he didn't want her to interfere, because if she did, the spirit energy would definitely return, and she would probably even suck away all the spirit energy around Liu. However, this wasn't just a normal battle to Yang Yi. It was a fair battle. Yang Yi still had his physical body even if he lost the use of spirit energy. Yang Yi slammed his fist forward. Bang! A wave of powerful energy swept out like a tornado. The sound of the flute stopped abruptly, but a ray of green light instantly arrived before Yang Yi like a venomous snake. Yang Yi swung another punch. Bang! An explosion resounded and Yang Yi was blasted almost 300 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, Liu vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when he appeared again. After that, he pointed the emerald flute at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge and slammed his fist forward. As soon as the flute was about to touch Yang Yi's fist, boom! Suddenly, a deafening boom resounded from the flute. It sounded a little like a dragon roar, yet it was different. It dazed Yang Yi, and the flute in Liu's grasp moved around Yang Yi's fist and tapped against his chest. Bam! Yang Yi felt like a sledgehammer had slammed against his chest, and he was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, Liu was in front of him, and then the latter stretched out his right hand and slapped it down at Yang Yi. It didn't carry any might, and it seemed like a very friendly slap. It was so gentle like floating cotton. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had recovered completely, and he slammed his fist forward. However, when his fist was about to strike Liu's palm, Yang Yi's fist suddenly changed its trajectory and slammed against the young man's chest. As for Liu's palm, it slapped against Yang Yi's chest too. Bam! Yang Yi was blasted away again, and he flew almost 3 kilometers away. However, Liu didn't move at all. Liu didn't stop. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Yang Yi. This time, he didn't use his palm, and he played the emerald flute instead. In an instant, Yang Yi bled from all 7 apertures. Actually, it was a melodious tune. It was soft at moments and intense at moments. It was a beautiful tune. However, it was deadly in Yang Yi's ears, and a force head never come into contact with in the past was invading his head. Bang! A wave of terrifying aura swept out from Yang Yi, and then a huge, ethereal white dragon appeared behind him. The Sky Dragon. As soon as he used the Sky Dragon, the mysterious force was kept away from him and couldn't enter his mind. The Sky Dragon. Liu spoke abruptly. I can't believe it. The guardian divine beast of the sky race is actually in your possession. Moreover, it seems to have fully merged with you. Brother Yang, that's amazing. Yang Yi replied, You're amazing too. You are completely unharmed after taking a punch of mine head-on. His physical strength was extremely terrifying, but Liu had been completely unharmed by it, and that puzzled Yang Yi. Liu smiled. It's an aura, scholarly aura. The more learned someone is, the stronger it is. It can protect the body or be used in other ways. He paused for a moment and continued, Brother Yang, you should draw your sword. Only then will this spar have meaning. What do you think? Yang Yi nodded, indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared in his grasp. He didn't dare to be overconfident because the young man was extremely strong, so he didn't dare to do that at all. The young man smiled when he saw Yang Yi withdrew a sword. Come, let's fight for real. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shot up into the sky, and then a beautiful tune slowly resounded. In an instant, the space and the surroundings rippled, and there was a mysterious energy flowing through it. Scholarly aura. The scholarly aura of the Confucianist path. The more learned they were, the stronger it was. Danger. Yang Yi sensed danger this time. He glanced at the surroundings and took a step forward. A moment later, a mysterious wave of energy appeared here. An instant later, 100 swords appeared within the sword domain, and then countless rays of light appeared. The rays of light instantly enveloped the aura, causing explosions to resound through the area. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly. While the space here had collapsed, their battle still hadn't come to an end. Boom. An ear-piercing explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and Li Yu split apart. At this moment, they were over 1 kilometer away from each other. Li Yu glanced at himself, and he saw no less than 10 injuries. Even though his scholarly aura was powerful, it wasn't invincible. Yang Yi's sword energy could pierce through it. However, Yang Yi was clearly not unharmed as well. There were over a dozen injuries on him too. While he was injured, these injuries were nothing to Yang Yi. Since he had the primordial violet energy, unless his enemy could give him a lethal injury, he would remain a god of war, an undying god of war. The most terrifying aspect about Yang Yi wasn't his sword Dao, it was his recovery. Meanwhile, Liu suddenly smiled, "Brother Yang, you're amazing indeed. In the younger generation, perhaps there's only one person capable of competing with you in the sword Dao. Of course, if this is the limit of your sword Dao, then that person may be slightly superior. I have no ill intent when I say all of this, and am just telling you the truth." Yang Yi asked, "Who is it? I'm quite curious." Li Yu smiled. "He's from the Buddhist path, and he cultivates the heart sword. Right, we call him the Sword Buddha. His sword Dao is extremely formidable. However, his sword Dao is completely different from yours. Yours carries an overwhelming desire to kill, and my scholarly aura finds it difficult to resist." Yang Yi smiled. "The sword is used to kill. That's what I think. So, its desire to slaughter is naturally a little strong." "Understandable." Li Yu nodded. "Let's stop here, all right? We'll have to decide on life and death if we continue." Yang Yi replied, "All right, let's spar again another time." Li Yu cupped his fists to Yang Yi. "See you." He turned around and left. Yang Yi glanced at Li Yu, and then a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of his mouth. It seeped out incessantly and took just a short while to dye the front of his clothes red. At the same time, Li Yu suddenly stopped over 100 kilometers away. As soon as he did, his right arm fell off his shoulder. This was why they had stopped fighting. Just as Li Yu had said, they would really have to decide on life and death if they continued. Chapter 2099, The Person Pulling the Strings. Chapter 2099, The Person Pulling the Strings. This battle allowed Yang Yi to realize that there were geniuses in the large universe, and he just hadn't encountered them. At the same time, it revealed how terrifying the resources and reserves of the 4 paths were. Head stayed in the weapon path for some time, but he hadn't met the strongest genius in its younger generation. Now it would seem like it wasn't that the weapon path didn't possess such an expert, that person had merely not shown themselves. A short while later, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and entered the primordial pagoda. Recuperate. While Yang Yi was recuperating, Li Yu stopped over 100 kilometers away, and there was an old man in front of him. The old man smiled. "What do you think?" Li Yu spoke softly. "He's very strong, but I don't think he used his full strength. Otherwise, the strength he displayed earlier isn't sufficient to fight a sage." The old man nodded. "Both of you should be equally matched, but he has a 70% or 80% chance to win if you fight to the death." "Why?" asked Li Yu. He sounded like he couldn't accept it, especially when it was his master who said it. "It's very simple." The old man explained. "He can be said to have experienced countless battles throughout his lifetime, and it can be said that his strength was gained with his sword in hand. People like him possess the best mentality and senses in combat. While you've experienced countless battles as well, we're always there standing behind you, so it still affects you to a certain extent. Because when you encounter a powerful opponent, you are very confident, but even if 10% of the confidence comes from us, your confidence and mental state are not perfect." Li Yu fell silent. Meanwhile, the old man continued, "But Yang Yi is different. His sword Dao is different from many people. He only believes in himself. 100% of his confidence comes from himself. Moreover, I'm sure you've noticed that there's ferocity and ruthlessness in him that many don't possess. When combined with his sword Dao, it gives him the edge. Liu gazed at the old man. Master, you've investigated him? The old man smiled. Which organization in the large universe hasn't? There are both good and bad views about him. But regardless of what it is, as far as I'm concerned, he'll definitely be extraordinary if he can survive. Liu asked, why? Ambition. The old man continued, he has no ambition. The ambition I'm speaking of is the ambition to possess power or eternal life. While ambition can motivate someone at most times, it also enslaves a person. Lack of desire brings out greatness. Anyway, there are many other things that you can learn from him. Liu nodded slightly and asked, Master, that Bodhi tree. The old man suddenly said, it isn't the Bodhi tree. Liu asked, how do you know? The old man replied softly, an ancestor has stepped forward. An ancestor? Liu was shocked. Since an ancestor had stepped forward, it represented that this incident wasn't ordinary. Because progenitors rarely showed themselves, or it should be said that very few things could arouse their attention. At the same time, Yang Yi had received this information from Yang Lianshuang. A progenitor had stepped forward. Yang Yi immediately left Hidden Dragon City and went to the seaside. As soon as he arrived there, he could still see the small island, or it should be said that he could still see the tree. Sure enough, very few sages were left before it. There were only two. At this moment, both of them seemed extremely old. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared beside Yang Yi. The middle-aged man just appeared there out of thin air, and Yang Yi hadn't even been able to notice how. Yang Yi was shocked and glanced over. The middle-aged man was wearing a white robe and had his hands behind his back. Besides seeming quite refined, the man was quite ordinary. There was no fluctuation of profound energy from him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly to Yang Yi, and then he looked up at the two sages. One must undergo countless hardships to get to the sage realm, and it was not easy for them to attain their current realms of cultivation. Yang Yi replied, unfortunately, they're going to die. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. What do you think about that tree? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Something's wrong. The middle-aged man grinned. Not bad. Actually, these sages know it too. However, many are still going there. Do you know why? It's an opportunity. Yang Yi replied. It's an opportunity for them to attain the progenitor realm, so they don't want to miss it. The middle-aged man nodded. That's one of them. Actually, there's another reason, and it's confidence. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Confidence? The middle-aged man gazed at the tree. The strength of experts at the sage realm is naturally beyond doubt. Besides experts at the progenitor realm, who else in this world can pose a threat to them? As far as they are concerned, no one can. Yang Yi replied with a question. Are there other existences? Of course. The middle-aged man said. Not just that, there are many. The humans and the other races aren't the only beings to have been born in this universe. There are many other beings, just like the little fellow within you. Snowy. Yang Yi's expression changed. He knows about Snowy? The middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intent towards you, and I won't covet your treasures. Yang Yi asked solemnly, who are you? The middle-aged man replied, that isn't important. Let's get back to the topic. There are countless beings in this world that many people have never seen, and there are many types of sprites and spirits too. For example, the Sword Supreme. If its sword spirit recovers, just that sword can kill a sage. Besides that, there are many mysterious beings. Yang Yi gazed at the tree. This tree is one too, right? The middle-aged man smiled. Actually, I know what it is. While it isn't the Bodhi tree, it's one of the 5 extraordinary treasures of this world. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. One of the 5 extraordinary treasures? That pagoda within you and the sword in your hand are ranked among them. The middle-aged man continued. They are all divine treasures, true divine treasures. However, they are ranked higher than this tree. Yang Yi asked, are they ranked at the top? The middle-aged man smiled. The pagoda is second, and the sword is fourth. Yang Yi asked, what's the first? The middle-aged man smiled. A divine treasure capable of killing progenitors. You may get to see it in the future. A divine treasure capable of killing progenitors. Yang Yi was shocked. What kind of treasure is actually able to kill progenitors too? Meanwhile, the middle-aged man looked up at the tree. Do you know what that tree is called? Yang Yi shook his head. The divine void tree. The middle-aged man spoke softly. It's the divine void tree that can make sages lose their senses with ease. Only a sage who's a sword cultivator like you and has comprehended both the sword domain and the enlightened sword heart can be able to stay true to their heart. Of course, if you enter it with your current strength, you'll vanish in an instant. Yang Yi asked, why is it killing these sages? The middle-aged man replied softly, for revenge. Revenge? Yang Yi frowned and felt puzzled. The middle-aged man smiled and vanished on the spot. He was in front of the tree when he appeared again. The tree shook violently and seemed to have sensed danger in response. The middle-aged man suddenly tapped a finger forward. Seal? The tree instantly calmed down. The middle-aged man gazed at the sages before him and waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, they opened their eyes slowly and glanced at the surroundings. A moment later, their gazes descended upon the middle-aged man. A moment later, they stood up and bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man. Thank you for saving our lives. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Go on. Attaining the progenitor realm relies more on yourself and not external sources of strength. It's unwise to entrust your hopes to an external force. Thank you for the guidance. They bowed to the middle-aged man again and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man as he watched this scene. Who is that? Actually, he had an idea, but he wasn't sure. Once they left, the middle-aged man gazed at the tree. Can you really not let the past stay in the past? A long time passed before a middle-aged man's voice resounded. Do you think it can be left in the past? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. It has been a very long time. If you don't give up on revenge, you may suffer the same fate again. Is that so? The voice suddenly chuckled. The large universe isn't the same anymore, and all the races aren't the same either. Even the four paths aren't the same. Besides that, the spirits of the universe aren't the same as well. Even though the God race isn't the same God race too, but we're all the same, aren't we? As soon as the voice finished resounding, a woman in a white dress appeared not too far away from the middle-aged man. Yang Yi's face fell at the sight of her. Even though he couldn't see her appearance, had seen her figure quite a few times now. The God race. Everything was clear now. The God race had been behind all of it. The God race. Chapter 2100 The Confucianist Progenitor. Chapter 2100 The Confucianist Progenitor. Yang Yi had never expected the God race to be behind all of this. The God race's objective was obvious. It was to eliminate the sages of the other races, because they were very well aware that if all the races joined forces, then the God race was absolutely incapable of resisting them. But it was absolutely possible for the races to join forces against the God race, because so long as the God race was aggressive enough, they would definitely join forces. Thus, the God race decided to act first and use such a method to reduce the number of sages possessed by the other races. They'd succeeded. The other races had suffered severe losses. However, a progenitor was here now. So, could the God race fight a progenitor? Yang Yi naturally had a rough idea of the middle-aged man's identity, because it was obviously on a progenitor who could make sages show such respect. Yang Yi was quite worried. He was worried about the God race. He naturally had a good impression of the God race because they had helped him on many occasions. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man glanced at the woman in a white dress and said, "Since you dared to do this, I presume you have something to rely on. I'm really curious about what it is." She replied, "It's best if the Confucianist path doesn't interfere." The middle-aged man smiled. "Why?" She replied, "You can feel free to try if you aren't afraid of losing the Confucianist path." The middle-aged man smiled. "Are you threatening me?" She replied, "Not really. Since my God race dared to show itself, we've naturally made full preparations." She raised a finger and continued, "While we've suffered decline, trust me, if we are willing to risk everything, then slaughtering a progenitor is still possible for us. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly and turned a little cold. She remained completely unafraid of him. I'm afraid the Confucianist path will instantly vanish from the world once you're gone. What do you think? The middle-aged man said, just my Confucianist path can annihilate the god race in its current state. The woman smiled. Why don't you try? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved both her hands. In an instant, the seawater in the surroundings started rippling, and then a huge barrier of light appeared behind her. The middle-aged man's face fell. The soul beacon formation, she said, after my god race returned to the large universe, the Tao path, weapon path, and Buddhist path have remained silent. If your Confucianist path doesn't want to remain silent, you can. My god race will fight the Confucianist path to the death. As far as we're concerned, we have nothing to lose because we don't even have a home anymore. So, losing our lives is nothing. But what about you? Are you willing to abandon your Grand Tao and your Confucianist path? The middle-aged man closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before he opened his eyes and said, as expected of the god race's strategist, everything is within your calculations. Actually, you should be aware why those three paths really haven't acted against you. Of course I do. The woman smiled. All those years ago, the times were on your side, so my god race fell. Now, it's on our side. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi. What about him? What is your god race trying to get from him? Get from him? She shook her head. If we wanted to use him, we would have a long time ago. Confucianist progenitor, you should be aware that all the races played an important part in where he is right now. It was them who pushed him to the other side, and it wasn't my god race. The middle-aged man chuckled. You're right, the times are on your side. However, it doesn't mean that your god race will definitely win. She replied, let's wait and see. The middle-aged man nodded, then we shall. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled by this. Senior? The middle-aged man grinned. I know that you definitely resent all the races for pursuing you. However, I believe that you don't wish to see blood flow through the large universe, right? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Senior, you think too highly of me. To be honest, it doesn't matter if it's all the races, the four paths, or the god race. Is the enmity between all of you something that I can interfere in? Yang Yi shook his head and continued, I can't, and I don't want to. However, what they did to me, and especially what the sovereign of man did, there are some debts that I must reclaim on my own one day. The middle-aged man suddenly asked, between the god race and the other races, whose side will you take? Yang Yi didn't hesitate to reply, the god race. Of course he was going to take the god race's side. Why? It was very simple. Not only had the god race never pursued him with the intent to kill, they had helped him instead. As for the human race and its principles of righteousness, they couldn't be relied on at all, because no one had ever bothered to consider that when dealing with him. Of course, he wasn't against the human race, and he wasn't hostile against the human race either. Anyone who tried to kill him was his enemy, and anyone who helped him was someone he would help. It was just that simple. The middle-aged man sighed softly. If it was just Yang Yi, then no matter how monstrously gifted Yang Yi was, Yang Yi wouldn't be worth it for him to ask these questions. The problem was that the precious treasure of the Tao path was within Yang Yi. Since that treasure had chosen Yang Yi wasn't just a human anymore. That was the main reason why he regarded Yang Yi as so important. The middle-aged man didn't say another word and just left, because had gotten the answer he was looking for. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to speak when she said, "Come with me." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. Yang Yi followed her to the tree, and then she said, "This is my god race's treasure, the divine void tree." Yang Yi nodded. "That man from before told me." She suddenly asked, "Do you know who he is?" Yang Yi shook his head in response. "The Confucianist progenitor." She continued, "He's the ancestor of the Confucianist path, one of the top experts in the large universe. He's also the person who spoiled our plans this time. However, It's fine because as far as we are concerned, more than enough sages have perished. Yang Yi asked, are you really going to attack all the other races? Attack them? She smiled. Of course not. Not to mention us, even the four paths wouldn't fight the other races to the death. Because it's pointless. After all, it will only end in losses for both sides. My god race won't fight them to the death. Yang Yi asked, then what are you planning? She replied, do you really want to know? Yang Yi fell silent. Meanwhile, she waved her right hand. In an instant, the tree around them turned ethereal and gradually vanished. An instant later, she suddenly tapped her finger downwards. The water below them split open, and then they dropped down below. They were descending slowly. Yang Yi asked, where are we going? She smiled. Would you believe me if I said that there's something in it for you? Something for me? Yang Yi was puzzled. The woman didn't say more. Who are you? Yang Yi asked this question in the end. He was really curious about her identity. Now that he was close beside her, he still couldn't see her appearance. She fell silent for a short while and said, you'll know in the future. She refuses to tell me again. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Since she refused to say anything, he didn't ask again. They continued their descent. A long time later, they finally touched ground, and then she led them towards the distance. They walked through the water. The underwater world was a dark one, and it felt extremely heavy. Pressure. Yang Yi felt a sense of pressure. A long time later, she suddenly stopped. There was a pitch-black casket not too far ahead from them, and there were 4 golden chains on its corners. They locked down the cover of the pitch-black casket, and the other end of those chains were within space. Meanwhile, she suddenly said, lend me a hand. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. An ancient of my god race lies within that casket. That progenitor of the Confucianist path sealed him here, and those chains carry his scholarly aura. They're impossible to break without the help of the other progenitors. Oh, I forgot. There's one other thing which can break those chains. Yang Yi asked, my sword? The woman nodded. Your sword was jointly forged by numerous progenitors. It can be said to be at the peak of man-made treasures. While its sword spirit hasn't awakened yet, the scholarly aura in those chains have been corroded for countless years, so they aren't that strong anymore. Coupled with the fact that the mind of that ancient has awakened within the casket, these chains can be destroyed if both of you work together from inside and outside. Yang Yi nodded and didn't refuse. He walked over to the casket and withdrew the sword supreme. However, he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at her. Why didn't the Confucianist progenitor try to stop you? She replied, his enemy isn't my god race, and my god race's enemy isn't him. At the very least, his Confucianist path isn't our enemy for now. So, we've chosen to stay out of each other's business. Yang Yi nodded. I see. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and swung it. Hiss. A ray of sharp sword energy tore through the air. Bang. Yang Yi was blasted extremely far away instead. The woman suddenly appeared behind him and tapped his back, causing Yang Yi to instantly stop. She said, use your sword domain and all your strength. Yang Yi took a deep breath and released the sword domain, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and swung it. An ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the bottom of the ocean. Meanwhile, the casket suddenly started trembling violently, and a wave of powerful energy surged out from within it. Bang! The chains was instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, a voice resounded, I'm finally free. Yang Yi looked up, and then his expression changed. He raised his sword and swung it. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. At the same time, his sword vanished from his grasp. Chapter 2101 Venting. Chapter 2101 Venting. A middle-aged man with black hair and violet pupils stood not too far away from Yang Yi, and he was holding Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi coughed lightly, and some blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man and took a step forward. The sword domain. The powerful sword domain instantly enveloped the entire area. At the same time, Yang Yi raised his hands lightly, and then around 200 ethereal swords gradually appeared here. Die! Yang Yi's voice resounded through the area. In an instant, the entire area was covered in rays of light. At this moment, the middle-aged man looked up at Yang Yi, and he frowned when he saw the rays of light. He took a step forward and tapped his finger at the rays of light. Just that made the rays of light turn ethereal. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded, and then Elysium appeared in Yang Yi's grasp. After that, he stomped his right foot down and charged at the middle-aged man. When he was around 30 m away from the middle-aged man, flames suddenly swept out from him, and they only took an instant to envelop Yang Yi and Elysium. At this instant, the ocean water in the surroundings was boiling. The sword domain, Elysium, the divining flame, and the sky dragon. This time, Yang Yi was really fighting with everything he had. The middle-aged man's frown deepened from the sight of this. He clearly didn't dare to act carelessly when facing this attack. He twisted his right hand forward, and an ethereal shield appeared before him. Boom! As soon as Elysium struck the shield, a loud explosion resounded, and then a wave of powerful force swept through the surroundings, sending ripples through the ocean. The middle-aged man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. At the same time, threads of blood seeped out from him. His body had been cracked open. Yang Yi's attack was something that even a sage wouldn't dare to rashly resist. The middle-aged man's face fell, and then he stretched out his right hand and clawed at Yang Yi from afar. A wave of force instantly enveloped Yang Yi, but as soon as it enveloped Yang Yi waved Elysium and destroyed it. It was clearly impossible for sages to suppress him with their auras now. The middle-aged man clearly intended to attack again, but the woman in a white dress suddenly said, "Enough." The middle-aged man gazed at her. "Do you have any right to give me orders?" Suddenly, she vanished on the spot. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and he was about to attack. However, countless rays of starlight suddenly converged above him, and then a terrifying pressure pressed down upon him. Crack! Yang Yi heard the sound of bones breaking. However, the middle-aged man would clearly not just stand there and wait for death to arrive. He was about to attack when a furious shout resounded. "I dare you to try." Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a petite woman and an old man walking over slowly. Jir. It was Jir, and Yang Yi had met the old man too. It was Uncle Guan Hood, sent him into the Azura grounds. The middle-aged man's face fell upon catching sight of Jir. "You're the junior patriarch." Uncle Guan suddenly said, "She's the patriarch now." The middle-aged man's face was quite unsightly. "What about young Master Shiryu?" "He's dead." Jir suddenly spoke. "I killed him myself." The middle-aged man spoke angrily. "He's your older brother. How dare you?" Suddenly, Uncle Guan vanished on the spot. Bang! The middle-aged man was blasted over 3 kilometers away. At the same time, 4 white-robed old men appeared around the middle-aged man. All of them were sages. Jir walked slowly towards the middle-aged man. Wanting to be the patriarch wasn't wrong. His mistake was joining forces with outsiders. If he hadn't colluded with outsiders, would our god race have fallen to this state? Meanwhile, she stopped. "You're one of the 3 ancients of my god race. We didn't save you to get even with you. My father entrusted that thing to the 3 of you. Now, I'm here to take it back." The middle-aged man seemed hesitant. "You want to play some kind of trick?" She spoke indifferently. "While my god race needs experts now, you don't make a big difference. So, don't test my patience." The auras of the sages around him locked onto him. The middle-aged man remained silent for a short while. In the end, he flipped his palm, and a golden key appeared in his grasp. Jir waved her hand lightly, and it flew into her grasp. She put it away, and then waved her right hand again. The sword in the middle-aged man's grasp flew over to her, and then she tapped it. It immediately went over to Yang Yi. Jir walked over to Yang Yi, sized him up, and said, "If a day comes when you have nowhere to go in the large universe, come to my god race." She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. But it only took a short while for her to stop again. "I don't want to use you, and I've never had such thoughts. Moreover, while you're a monstrous genius, you can't affect the overall situation in the large universe." She didn't speak further and just vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the women in a white dress appeared by Yang Ye's side. It won't take long for all the races to converge together and discuss about dealing with my god race. However, it's not something you should be worried about. You should be worried about the fact that their attention may move to you after they converge together. After all, you possess two precious treasures of the large universe, and there's enmity between you and them. So long as they're given the chance, they won't let it go. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I know. She continued, my god race will remain silent for now. So, their gazes will converge on you. Anyway, be careful. She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi and the middle-aged man remained here. A long time passed before Yang Yi decided to leave. But the middle-aged man suddenly asked, what are Elysium and that sword doing in your possession? Yang Yi glanced at him. It's none of your business. Yang Yi turned around and left. Head helped the middle-aged man, yet the latter had attacked him. That made him feel extremely annoyed. So, he naturally wouldn't treat the middle-aged man nicely. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. He was about to attack, but he seemed to fear something and didn't do it in the end. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had left. Yang Yi didn't attack as well because he couldn't kill the middle-aged man. Of course, it was quite difficult for the middle-aged man to kill him too. Since none of them could kill the other, he didn't want to waste his time. Once he left the ocean, Yang Yi went to Hidden Dragon City, and he received a transmission from Yang Lianshuang. It was a report about the situation. After the Confucianist progenitor stepped forward, the god race's scheme was exposed. Rage. All the other races were furious, because they had lost too many sages. It was a terrible loss, a loss that truly affected them severely. So, how could they not be furious? Unfortunately, none of them dared to go after the god race. No race was without fear towards the former supreme overlord of the large universe. So, they started to contact each other. An alliance. Even though they hadn't formed an alliance yet, based on Yang Lianshuang's estimations, they would definitely form one soon. Once they joined forces, the large universe would be split into three: the four paths, the races, and the god race. However, the god race vanished. The other races couldn't find the god race at all, and it was like they'd evaporated into thin air. Something worth pondering was the attitude of the four paths. They actually remained silent towards the reappearance of the god race. So, as far as the other races were concerned, it was a sign that they didn't wish to interfere. Since the four paths refused to interfere, the races had to join forces. Because none of them could fight the god race alone. The large universe once had over 100 races, yet now, they had gradually vanished or were annihilated. So, at this point in time, there were only a few dozen races left. Even then, they weren't a force that just the god race could resist on its own. So, they'd vanished. That wasn't the main point. The main point was Yang Yi. Because once they joined forces, their first order was to put a bounty on Yang Yi. Yang Yi was furious when he heard this. Why? He naturally asked Yang Lianshuang that question. Yang Lianshuang explained, because you've been in contact with the god race. As far as they are concerned, you're with the god race. Coupled with the amount of treasures you possess, and now that the god race has gone into hiding, who else would they target but you? It's best if you don't return right now. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied, because too many people are looking for you. They lost that many sages, so they have to vent. Since they can't find the god race to vent on them, they can only choose you. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2102 The Sword Supreme Spirit. Chapter 2102 The Sword Supreme Spirit. They had lost countless sages, and they naturally had to get their vengeance. However, the god race had vanished. Thus, they aimed their sights on Yang Yi. Needless to say, Yang Yi felt quite aggrieved. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Just as Yang Lianshuang had said, he really couldn't return to the large universe because his current strength was truly insufficient to fight them. Fortunately, he could stay in the void dimension and cultivate here for some time. His battles with Li Yu from the Confucianist path and that other sage had allowed him to realize many things he was lacking. He had huge room to improve in many aspects, and he planned to work hard on it. especially his sword Dao. His best sword techniques were sword fusion and burial. If he used them together, they would be even stronger. However, it wasn't a huge threat to sages, even if he supported them with the sword domain. It was quite useless against sages. Now, only the Sky Dragon and Elysium could pose a threat to sages. While it wasn't a bad thing for Yang Yi, it represented that his sword Dao was weak. Strengthen the sword Dao. There were two ways to strengthen his sword Dao. Firstly, by strengthening his sword techniques. Secondly, it was by improving his attainments in the sword Dao. It was an improvement at the foundation of his sword Dao. If his sword Dao improved, his sword techniques would naturally improve as well. However, the second method was much more difficult. His current attainments in the sword Dao were at a bottleneck, and it was impossible to take a step further in a short period. Based on the current situation, he could only choose to improve his sword techniques. Fortunately, Head studied thousands of sword techniques, so while he wasn't exceptionally skilled in them, he understood them. Coupled with his own ideas, it wasn't that difficult to improve his sword techniques, and it was only a matter of time. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Yang Yi was reflecting on his sword techniques. He was trying to determine what they lacked. Especially during the battle with Li Yu and that sage, in both battles, his sword hadn't been able to pose a material threat to them. Actually, what the people of old said was correct. Battle did help a person grow with ease. After reflecting on the battles, Yang Yi noticed many things his techniques were lacking, and the first thing was speed. Head felt that his sword was fast enough. However, after he fought that sage and a genius like Li Yu, he realized it was far from enough. It had to be improved. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he had to improve the speed of his sword. Of course, the strength of his techniques had to be improved too. There was no other way to accomplish it but by training over and over again. Yang Yi wasn't in a rush to gain success. He knew that it wasn't something he could complete in just a short while. Just like that, time trickled by. One day, Snowy suddenly went over to Yang Yi with a sword in her arms. She pointed at the sword, and then started waving her paw while excitement covered her chubby little face. It was the sword supreme that she was holding. However, Yang Yi didn't really understand what she meant, because Snowy was using a single paw to communicate with him. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "Calm down and tell me slowly." Snowy made the sword float in the air, and then he started waving both paws. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's face to gradually become solemn. "You said that it spoke to you?" Snowy hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi was stunned. "Its sword spirit is awake?" Yang Yi gazed at the sword and took it in his grasp. However, he didn't sense its spirit, and he only sensed a faint fluctuation coming from it. It was like the fluctuation of a soul. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. "Is she hallucinating?" Snowy blinked, and then she looked down at the sword. A moment later, she placed it by her ear, and then her eyes lit up. She looked up at Yang Yi and pointed at the sword. She was telling him that it was really speaking to her. Yang Yi felt speechless. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and then looked down at the sword. However, he still didn't sense anything. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, "Big brother, what if Snowy's the only one able to hear it?" Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Snowy had a very serious expression on her face to display that she wasn't lying. A short while passed before Yang Yi asked, "What did it say to you?" Snowy knocked the sword lightly with her claw, and then she placed it by her ear. A short while later, Snowy started waving her paws about. A short while later, Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, "It wants to go somewhere?" Snowy nodded. "Why?" Yang Yi asked, "Ask it why it wants to go there." Snowy started communicating with the Sword Supreme again. After some time of back and forth, Yang Yi finally understood what it wanted. The Sword Supreme had recovered slightly, but it hadn't fully recovered. It was still very weak, so weak that it could only communicate with Snowy. The reason it could communicate with Snowy was mainly because Snowy was a sprite lord, and one that had evolved. After evolving, Snowy had improved greatly in every aspect, especially her senses. Her senses towards beings with a spirit was much stronger than before. That was the main reason why she could sense the sword spirit. The sword spirit wanted him to go to a place called the Sword Ruins. As for why, it hadn't been able to explain before it fell into deep sleep again. It was weak. The sword spirit was extremely weak. It was so weak that it could only stay awake for less than 10 minutes at a time, and it had to fall back into deep sleep after that. As for when it would wake up again, Snowy didn't know, and Yang Yi had no idea. Snowy waved her paws lightly in front of Yang Yi. She was asking if he would be going. Yang Yi gazed at the sword for a long time and smiled. We have to. The sword supreme had helped him tremendously since it arrived by his side. Even if it wouldn't choose him after it awoke, he would still help it. No matter what, since he could help it, he intended to help. Of course, he hoped that it would still stay with him. It was something Head never concealed, and he wouldn't act like a hypocrite and say that it didn't matter if the sword supreme stayed or not. It did matter. It really did. It was the sword supreme, the #1 sword of the large universe. If its sword spirit recovered, then could anyone below the progenitor realm fight him? Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and spoke softly. The sword ruins. Yang Yi thought for a moment, but he didn't set out immediately. He sent a voice transmission to Yang Lianshuang instead and asked her to investigate the sword ruins for him. It took her an entire day to complete this investigation. Yang Lianshuang said, I couldn't find much about it. All I do know is that it's where the Sword Supreme was born. Yang Yi was puzzled. It's where the Sword Supreme was born? Yang Lianshuang replied, it's where those progenitors joined forces to forge it. It's a very mysterious place. After the Sword Supreme was born, it was sealed for some reason. Besides those few progenitors, no one knows where it is. Of course, the Sword Supreme is definitely aware of its location. The Sword Supreme's place of birth. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Is it dangerous? How would I know? Yang Lianshuang spoke angrily. I've never been there. However, according to my inference, it's definitely not an ordinary place. You must be careful if you plan to go. Besides that, don't forget that the other races have issued a bounty for you. So don't let yourself get stuck in an endless wave of enemies. All the races. Yang Yi suddenly thought of this. They placed a bounty on him, and it was probably not difficult for them to find him. Yang Yi withdrew the Bodhi leaf, and half of it had turned yellow. Yang Yi's face fell from the sight of this. Obviously, some experts were using some sort of method to locate him, and it was hastening the rate the Bodhi tree leaf was turning yellow. If this continued, his location would be completely exposed once the leaf turned completely yellow. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang added, Anyway, be careful. I'll pay attention to the movements of all the races, and I'll tell you as soon as I get any information. Yang Yi nodded. You should be careful too. They've formed an alliance now, so you must be careful. All of you'll be in even more danger if you're exposed. I know. Yang Lianshuang continued. Presently, we've started to reduce our scope of activity, and we've even given up some of our outposts in the outskirts of our territory. Right. Since the Sword Supreme asked you to go to the Sword Ruins, it should be able to help the Sword Supreme recover. I suggest that you go immediately, because if it recovers, then can anyone besides the progenitors harm you? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. The problem was whether it would be willing to stay after it recovered. However, Yang Lianshuang was right. It was a form of hope for him. If it really refused to stay with him, that was fine too. He would follow it instead. He never cared about face. All he cared about was survival. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang said, You've got some trouble. Yang Yi asked, What? She spoke solemnly. I just received news that the experts of all the races are on the way to the void dimension. Your location has been exposed. Yang Yi grunted coldly. Very good. I was just feeling like killing someone. She replied, At least 3 sages, maybe more. Yang Yi's face froze. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I don't feel like killing now. I'll kill another day. Chapter 2103 Mysterious Figure. Chapter 2103 Mysterious Figure. The Sword Ruins. To the Sword Ruins. Yang Yi didn't stay in Hidden Dragon City, and he left immediately. As far as he was concerned, it was just as Yang Lianshuang had said. He had to head to the Sword Ruins as soon as possible and help the Sword Supreme's spirit recover. So long as it recovered, he was practically safe unless a progenitor acted against him. The sword ruins wasn't in the void dimension or the large universe. It was in an independent pocket of space. It was jointly created by the progenitors of the four paths. The god race had been so strong that even the four paths didn't dare to go head-on against it all those years ago. So, they had forged the Sword Supreme in secret. In order to get to the sword ruins, he had to get to the sky dimension first. There was a teleportation formation that led to the sword ruins there. The sky dimension. Yang Yi traveled to the sky dimension in secret. It couldn't be helped because he had to keep a low profile now. All along the way, he noticed that the entrances of some cities had a portrait of him. So long as anyone had information about his whereabouts, they could receive 100,000 immortal crystals as compensation. It could be said that all the races were serious about killing him. On a boundless mountain range of unknown name, one of the mountains here was very striking. It towered into the sky, and it could be seen even from extremely far away. Heaven's Secret Mountain. It was the renowned Heaven's Secret Mountain. Ordinary people may have never heard of it, but its name reverberated in the ears of the stronger organizations of the large universe. Because there was an organization on Heaven's Secret Mountain, Heaven's Secret Hall. Heaven's Secret Hall. It was an organization on par in reputation with Martial Emperor Academy. But unlike Martial Emperor Academy, it was much more mysterious. Because the way it recruited was different, they took the initiative to search the world for people to recruit. Besides natural talent, their recruits had to possess a special ability. Some people were born with special abilities, and it wasn't rare in the large universe. There was a bamboo forest at the back of Heaven's Secret Hall, and there was a bamboo house deep within it. An old man in linen robes was seated on a chair in front of the bamboo house. His eyes were closed, and he was smoking from a big pipe. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared before the bamboo house. There was a lifelike golden dragon on the golden robe. The middle-aged man said, "Yang Yes location." The old man opened his eyes, glanced at the middle-aged man, and shook his head. There's something in his possession that's concealing him from the heavens. Ask someone else. The middle-aged man replied, 1,000,000 immortal crystals. The old man shook his head again. It isn't worth it. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. 2,000,000. The old man gazed at the middle-aged man. Looks like all of you are really determined to kill that kid. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and didn't provide any answer. 3,000,000. Meanwhile, the old man stood up abruptly. 3,000,000, and my Heaven's Secret Hall will be willing to help again. The price is fixed. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man and flicked a spatial ring over. The old man smiled. Joining forces makes all of you so generous. You'll have the information in 2 hours. The middle-aged man turned around and left. Once he left, the old man waved his right hand slightly. In an instant, a huge go board appeared around him. There were 3 black turtle shells on it. The old man tapped his finger forward, and those shells trembled slightly before starting to move. A long time passed before the old man frowned slightly. The sky dimension? He's heading to the sky dimension? Suddenly, the old man's expression changed. Bang! The go board suddenly exploded apart, and the 3 turtle shells cracked open as well. Who did that? The old man glanced at the surroundings while the desire to kill filled his eyes. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. The Heaven's Secret Hall should stop interfering in Yang Yes business from now on. The old man looked over. Just because you said so? Suddenly, a man appeared not too far away, and he walked slowly in the old man's direction. Bang! A moment later, the old man's body exploded apart. However, he wasn't dead because his soul was still intact. But at this moment, the old man was absolutely shocked. He was at the peak of the sage realm. It could be said that he was one of the top experts in this world besides the progenitors. But at this moment, had lost his body in just a single collision. The most terrifying part was that his opponent was no progenitor. It was a sage too. Meanwhile, the man stopped and said, "You asked for that, trash. If I wasn't keeping someone busy, I would have annihilated your Heaven's Secret Hall. If you be a busybody again, it'll make all 372 members of our Heaven's Secret Hall eat shit. It'll make them eat shit until they die." He turned around and added, "What a waste of my fucking time." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The old man fell silent for a long time. In the end, he looked up into the sky while bewilderment filled his eyes. An armless man? When has such an expert existed in the large universe? Why didn't my Heaven's Secret Hall receive any information about him? Who is he? It could be said that the Heaven's Secret Hall possessed information about most experts in the large universe, and it wouldn't let any known experts slip by. However, the Heaven's Secret Hall had no information about the armless man. The old man frowned deeply. Suddenly, a woman appeared. The old man turned to look at her, and she spoke indifferently. I told you not to interfere in Yang Ye's business. Only the progenitors have the right to interfere in his business, and you don't. The old man spoke solemnly. What is his true background? She closed her eyes slowly. I don't know. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Even the god race doesn't know? The woman before him was the strategist of the god race, the woman in a white dress. The woman spoke indifferently. His background can be considered to be ordinary, and if there is anything extraordinary about him, it's that there are 3 types of karma coiled around him. No, there should be more than 3 now. That existence from the Tao path probably never expected the person he chose would be linked in such a complicated web of relationships. Of course, with his strength, he's naturally able to forcefully sever all of those strands of karma. However, the Tao path stresses upon letting the Tao take its natural course, and it's his Tao too. So, he won't forcefully interfere with the Heaven Tao's path, and he won't break its rules either. Moreover, he won't take action now as well. After all, this current era is one of destruct. She stopped abruptly at this point. The old man glanced at her and said, What is that existence from the Tao path planning? Everyone knows Yang Yi was chosen by him, even the other races. Yet now, they are pursuing him with the intent to kill, but he isn't doing anything? He isn't. She chuckled. If he isn't, Yang Yi would have been dead a long time ago. Don't you understand? He's the reason the progenitors of the Buddhist path, weapon path, and Confucianist path haven't taken action and seized those treasures from Yang Yi. They have to abide by the rules while he's alive, and if they don't, just think about it. If a progenitor decides to stop abiding by the rules, can any of the paths endure the consequences of that? She combed her hair gently and continued. All he can do is restrain the other paths and stop them from acting against Yang Yi. As for the rest, it depends on Yang Yi himself. After all, metal must be tempered thousands of times through flames to become a sword. The old man fell silent for a long time before he asked, Who was that? She suddenly asked, Do you think that's his main body? The old man's pupils constricted. What do you mean? She grinned. That was just a strand of his divine sense. Impossible. The old man's voice suddenly grew loud. It's impossible for the divine sense of a sage to be so strong. It's absolutely impossible. I thought it was impossible too. She closed her eyes slowly, however. The facts prove it. Your Heaven's Secret Hall has records on the supreme geniuses of the large universe throughout history. So, let me ask you something. Who is known to possess the best natural talent in our large universe? The old man fell silent for a short moment and said, The Void Spirit Maiden. According to legend, she was born before the universe. She's like an ordinary person before reaching adulthood, but once she does reach adulthood and the void spirit energy within her awakens, then the only way to kill her is to obliterate the entire universe. Meanwhile, the woman in a white dress continued, Actually, I really admire Master Heaven's secret. Even my god race had very few records of the previous history from before this universe. However, he was able to find out so much. He really is worthy of respect. Anyway, is he not here? The old man laughed bitterly. Our ancestor hasn't shown himself for almost 100 years. She nodded. I understand. So back to what we were speaking about. There are many people in this world who can't be judged by convention, and that person you just met is one of them. The old man spoke solemnly. The Void Spirit Maiden is just a legend. The woman in a white dress chuckled and didn't speak further. After all, no one would be happy after being defeated by just a strand of divine sense. Or it should be said that it would be difficult to accept. Meanwhile, the old man asked, What does your god race want from me? She spoke softly. Aren't all of them looking for us? The old man asked, and she smiled. You can help us reveal our location to them. The old man's eyes narrowed. What do I get out of it? She smiled. You don't have to die. As soon as she finished speaking, 5 white-robed old men appeared here. All of them were sages. The old man spoke solemnly. My ancestor isn't dead. She walked slowly towards the bamboo house. If he dares to show himself, then well, kill him too. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth. Does your god race even have the ability to do that? She gazed at the old man. All those years ago, all the races and the 4 paths had a total of 1,693 sages and 9 progenitors. But how many sages are left after that battle? How many progenitors are left? The old man's face grew extremely unsightly. He didn't know how many progenitors were left after that battle, but he knew that all the races and the 4 paths included only had less than 100 sages left in total. Moreover, some of those races even fell into decline and gradually vanished from the large universe. The woman placed her hands behind her back and walked into the bamboo house, and then she spoke softly. Once this battle is over, how many sages will the other races have left? Chapter 21 for the Sword Ruins. Chapter 21 for the Sword Ruins. The old man remained silent outside the bamboo house for a long time, and then he shook his head. The world is really changing. Head underestimated the god race. Not only had all the races underestimated the god race, even Heaven's secret hall had severely underestimated them. As far as he was concerned, the god race should keep a low profile now, but he hadn't expected them to do the opposite and even dare to pay Heaven's secret hall a visit. After all, Heaven's secret hall had a supreme expert too, the founder of Heaven's secret hall, the Heaven's secret progenitor. He was one of the supreme experts in this world. However, he hadn't shown himself when the god race had. Just that allowed the old man to figure out some things. His ancestor hadn't been able to take that final step yet. The old man shook his head and entered the bamboo house. Around 2 hours later, a middle-aged man in a golden robe with a dragon on it appeared outside the bamboo house. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared there, a spatial ring flew out of the house. The middle-aged man frowned. At the same time, a voice came from within the house. Yang Yi had a divine treasure that's concealing him. Even I can't find him anymore. The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Is the price not high enough? I can't do it even if you give me 10 million. The old man spoke from within the bamboo house. Sovereign of man, I can't locate Yang Yi for now. However, I may be able to locate the god race. I wonder if you're willing to pay for that information. I think you will be. After all, you don't want to take a passive stand against them, right? The middle-aged man in the golden robe was the human race's sovereign of man. The sovereign of man fell silent for a short while, and then he asked, You know where they are? The old man replied, Not yet. However, I can if I'm willing to pay a certain price. The sovereign of man lowered his head and thought for a moment. What do you want? The old man asked, What can all of you give me? The sovereign of man glanced at the bamboo house. Being too greedy isn't a good thing. The old man said, Looks like we're at an impasse. The area fell silent. A long time passed before the sovereign of man spoke. Someone else will be here to discuss it with you. So, are you really unable to locate Yang Yi? The old man replied, I can't. The sovereign of man didn't say another word and just vanished into the distance. In the bamboo house, the old man gazed at the woman in a white dress. Why aren't all of you joining forces and killing the sovereign of man first? She replied, What's the point of killing a single person? Don't ask questions from now on. Just do what you should do. She closed her eyes once she finished speaking. The sky dimension. Yang Yi was in the sky dimension now. He was being absolutely careful. Yang Yi snuck into the sky dimension. As far as he was concerned, he had to be careful. If someone noticed him, then he would definitely be unable to escape the forces of all the races. Unless he left the large universe and went to the universe beyond the void dimension. Even though the war still hadn't begun, Yang Yi could still sense how tense it was in the sky dimension. However, it had nothing to do with him. The sky race didn't require his protection, and if he showed himself, the sky race would probably be the first to attack and kill him. Yang Yi rushed towards the north. A day later, he stopped. He was on an icy mountain, and ice filled his field of vision. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued forward. Meanwhile, Snowy appeared. She pointed towards the distance. Yang Yi asked, "Is there something there?" She nodded. Yang Yi asked, "Is it dangerous?" Snowy thought for a moment and shook her head. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and shot towards the direction she was pointing toward. It didn't take long for Snowy to signal Yang Yi to stop. Yang Yi stopped immediately, and Snowy leaped down onto the ice. Snowy sniffed, and then she patted it lightly. Crack! The ice cracked open, and then a pure white ball floated out from within. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The ball had eyes, a nose, and all other facial features. There were even 3 tails behind it. Once it appeared here, its gaze descended upon Snowy, and curiosity filled its eyes. Snowy sized up the little ball before her, and then she suddenly touched it. However, it took just a moment for Snowy to become frozen. Yang Yi's expression changed from the sight of this, and he was about to do something when the ice around Snowy suddenly vanished. Snowy cracked a smile at Yang Yi to tell him that there was no need to worry, and then she gazed at the small ball, grabbed its tail, and started moving towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt speechless. A sprite. Yang Yi had a rough guess about what the small ball was. A sprite. Moreover, it seemed to be quite a high-level sprite. Since it could freeze Snowy, it was definitely not ordinary, especially when it had done so instinctively. Yet now, the ball was being pulled over by Snowy, and it wasn't resisting. Suddenly, the ball stopped and turned around. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression changed slightly. He appeared beside Snowy and took her in his arms. The ice cracked open ahead, and a woman emerged from below it. She wore a snowy white dress studded with snowflakes, and her hair was snowy white too. However, she wasn't old. Her appearance was exceptionally exquisite, but she was extremely cold and emotionless. Vigilance appeared in Yang Yi's eyes. A sage. She was at least a sage. Snowy blinked, and then she gazed at the small ball by the woman's side. She stretched out her paw and gestured at it. Obviously, she wanted the ball to come with her. Snowy was unhappy, of course. She had almost taken the little fellow into the primordial pagoda with her. The small ball glanced at Snowy, glanced at the woman, and then became slightly hesitant. Actually, it really wasn't against going with Snowy. Or it should be said that it really wanted to get close to Snowy. After all, Snowy was a sprite lord, and a sprite lord was very attractive to any sprite in the world. However, it clearly didn't want to leave the woman. Snowy seemed to have noticed the problem too. She gazed at the woman, pointed at the small ball, and pointed at herself. Obviously, she was telling the woman to give the small ball to her. She just asked for it like it was a matter of course. Even Yang Yi admired Snowy a little. Only Snowy was capable of asking for something like that. She glanced at Snowy. In the end, she gazed at Yang Yi. "What are you doing here?" Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "We noticed this sprite by chance. However, since it has an owner, we won't disturb you." Yang Yi turned around and walked away with Snowy in his arms. Snowy glanced at the small ball and was slightly reluctant. Suddenly, the woman appeared not too far away from Yang Yi, and her gaze descended upon Snowy. "That's a sprite lord." Yang Yi's face fell. She said, "Come with me, all right?" Yang Yi's face darkened quite a bit because she didn't give him face at all. But it was Snowy's fault for trying to make her sprite leave her first. Snowy gazed at her for a long time, and then she stretched out her paw and waved it. It was a clear sign of refusal. The woman seemed even more interested when she saw how Snowy acted like a person. It comes with lots of benefits. Snowy's eyes lit up when she heard that. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Snowy. Snowy blinked, and then she glared at the woman and started waving her claws about. She was saying that she wasn't that kind of sprite lord. Moreover, she glanced at Yang Yi out of the corner of her eye while she did that. The woman seemed to want to say more, but Yang Yi suddenly said, "Snowy, go inside." Snowy nodded and fled into the primordial pagoda. The small ball seemed quite reluctant when it saw Snowy vanish. A sprite lord. If it could be with a Sprite Lord, its cultivation speed would multiply. Once Snowy returned to the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi glanced at the woman before turning around and walking away. He didn't want to waste time on her. Meanwhile, she suddenly appeared before him. Yang Yi clenched his right hand slowly. She looked him in the eye. "Leave the Sprite Lord and go." Yang Yi chuckled. Just as Little Sky had told him, Snowy's charm was really great. Had merely allowed her to stay outside for a while, yet it had gotten him in trouble with a mysterious sage. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. He didn't waste his breath and just withdrew Elysium, and then he gazed at her. "Let's just fight." Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. An instant later, Elysium slammed down at her. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack. She waved her hand, and countless snowflakes suddenly appeared here. They were sharp like blades, and they shot down at Yang Yi. In just an instant, Yang Yi felt piercing coldness and pressure descend upon him. However, he was filled with the desire to fight. While fighting a sage on his own was quite strenuous for him right now, it wasn't that difficult anymore. Slash! Yang Yi howled with fury, and then a wave of powerful energy swept forward. The snowflakes were instantly obliterated, but Yang Yi was blasted backwards repeatedly. Meanwhile, she suddenly took a step forward and tapped her finger at him. An ethereal sword of ice appeared in front of her, and then it stabbed against Yang Yi's chest. Crack! Yang Yi's figure was instantly frozen. But that wasn't the end of it. Countless swords of ice appeared in the surroundings. At the same time, her voice resounded, "Ice Sword Domain." As soon as she spoke those words, countless swords of ice instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Moreover, a huge circle of ice appeared in the surroundings, and it revolved incessantly. As it revolved, sword after sword of ice appeared incessantly. However, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. No, what is she doing here? Chapter 2105 Soul Fire. Chapter 2105 Soul Fire. The swords of ice were vanishing, bit by bit. Yang Yi appeared before her, and there was a sword floating above him. It was the Sword Supreme. At this moment, it was floating silently above him, but the sword in tint and swords of ice around him didn't dare to come closer. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief, and her gaze was on the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi was quite stunned. He was about to do something when the Sword Supreme had suddenly flown out, and then the swords of ice vanished. Besides that, based on the expression on her face, she clearly recognized the Sword Supreme. Suddenly, the Sword Supreme flew over to her, and the woman's figure instantly turned ethereal. "No!" She suddenly howled with shock, and then she appeared over 10 kilometers away. At this moment, she was exceptionally pale, and she seemed extremely weak. Yang Yi frowned. When did this sword become so strong? The sword returned to Yang Yi's side. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "You are heading to the sword ruins." Yang Yi glanced at her. "How did you know?" She fell silent for a short while and said, "It has been sealed and concealed by a grand formation. You won't be able to find it." Yang Yi replied with a question. "You seem to know a lot about this place?" She fell silent for a long time before she said, "I can take you there." Yang Yi asked, "What are your conditions?" She glanced at the sword by Yang Yi's side and said, "Nothing. Just come with me." She turned around and walked away. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and followed her. She led him to a river of ice, and she pointed at it. "It's over here." Yang Yi gazed at the river, but he saw nothing. Meanwhile, she tapped her finger forward, and a strand of sword energy tore through the air. It suddenly split into two when it was about to enter the river, and then it split it four. In a short moment, sword energy filled the air above the river. How powerful! Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at her because her attainments in the sword Dao were extremely formidable. Bang! Suddenly, the sword energy exploded apart and vanished. After that, a huge circle of light appeared before Yang Yi. However, it didn't take long for it to vanish as well. At the same time, the frozen river returned to normal. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke solemnly, "When it appears again, use it. Use that sword to destroy it. Once the formation is destroyed, the sword ruins will appear." Yang Yi nodded. She waved her hand lightly, and then countless rays of sword energy appeared above the river again. Meanwhile, the circle of light appeared once more. At this moment, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Hiss! Sword energy tore through the air and instantly struck the circle of light. The circle of light exploded apart, and then the scene before Yang Yi instantly changed. A short while later, Yang Yi and the woman appeared atop a desolate plain, and only an extreme scene of desolation could be seen from where they stood. Besides that, a 300 tall furnace stood there around 1 kilometer away from them. The sword furnace. Meanwhile, the woman spoke softly. "Your sword was created in that furnace." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Why didn't they make another?" "Another?" She laughed coldly. "Do you think one can be made just like that? Do you know how many divine treasures were used to create it? Just the sprites totaled up to around 100 types." Yang Yi frowned. "They killed that many sprites?" She shook her head. "No, they didn't kill them. They merely needed those sprites' help. Besides that, they used no less than 10 types of divine flames. Most importantly, they had help from the spirits of the universe when they made that sword, and the spirits used the energy of the universe to temper it and make it as sharp as possible. In short, they paid a terribly huge price to forge this sword, and it was to the point that they can't afford to create a second." Yang Yi glanced at the sword supreme. "It is quite the background." Meanwhile, she suddenly asked, "She's about to awaken, right?" Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. "I think so." The woman pointed at the furnace. "Place her in there, and then temper her with a divine flame to awaken her completely." Yang Yi gazed at the furnace, and she continued, "The remaining sword energy from all those years ago resides in there, and there's a huge amount of remaining energy in there too. Of course, you must have a divine flame to complete everything." Suddenly, a small flame appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and he said, "Will this do?" She glanced at it and said, "The divining flame. You're really quite capable to have even gotten that. However, it isn't enough. While it's extremely powerful, it isn't enough for her." Yang Yi frowned when he heard this. She walked over to the furnace. "Some soul fire remains within it. If you can take control of the soul fire, and then use it and your divining flame to temper her, she should have a much higher chance to awaken. However, that soul fire is no ordinary fire. It's the product of a progenitor igniting his own soul fire, and it's absolutely destructive. The other progenitors were friends with him, so in order to preserve that thread of his soul fire, they sealed it along with the furnace." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "The problem you have to face now is that it will definitely come outside if you open the sword furnace, and you must take control of it. However, I don't think you're strong enough to accomplish that." "Soul fire?" Yang Yi looked up at the furnace. It seemed extremely calm right now. Yang Yi asked, "How strong is it?" She replied, "Very strong. It was left behind by a progenitor, so ordinary sages can't resist it at all. Of course, you can give it a try." "I shall." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he appeared above the furnace. After that, he swung his sword down. The seal above the furnace was instantly obliterated. As soon as it was destroyed, a terrifying wave of fire suddenly surged up from within it. In an instant, Yang Yi was drowned within it, and then it sucked him into the furnace. The woman watched this with coldness and indifference. A long time passed before she closed her eyes slowly. "It's best if you never wake up." She didn't leave and just stood there with an icy cold gaze. In the furnace, Yang Yi felt like his entire body was cooked. He knew the situation was bad as soon as it dragged him down here, and then he immediately summoned the Sky Dragon. However, even then, he still felt like he was being cooked. He couldn't endure the flames at all. Bang! Meanwhile, countless rays of sword energy appeared within the furnace, and they instantly formed a barrier around Yang Yi. However, they merely persisted for less than 10 breaths of time before being obliterated. "Leave." Yang Yi immediately put his thoughts into action. He stomped his right foot down and intended to get outside. However, He hadn't even flown up into the air before a wave of terrifying flames slammed down upon him, causing Yang Yi to be slammed to the bottom of the furnace. Meanwhile, Yang Yi noticed that his skin had started to get burnt. He knew he couldn't let this go on. Suddenly, Yang Yi thought of Snowy. Is this soul fire considered to be a sprite-type being? Yang Yi didn't have time to think. He just summoned Snowy. However, for safety's sake, he enveloped her in his sword energy. So long as he noticed that she couldn't handle it, he would immediately send her back into the primordial pagoda. Once she appeared before him, Snowy sized up the surroundings, and then she sniffed lightly. In an instant, the flames turned ethereal. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief at the sight of this. She can do it. Snowy could counter the flames. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Hurry, absorb everything." Snowy nodded, and then she opened her mouth and sucked. In an instant, she seemed like a tiny vortex that made all the flames here surge towards her. Suddenly, Snowy opened her eyes because a ferocious flaming face had appeared before them, and it was pouncing at them. Yang Yi was about to counterattack when Snowy stopped him. He gazed at her, and the latter cracked a smile before clenching her pawns. After that, she slammed her fists at it. Bang! A terrifying wave of spirit energy sprayed out from Snowy's fists, and it was like a torrent of spirit energy with extraordinarily shocking might. Boom! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the flaming face was blasted to the walls of the furnace. However, Snowy didn't stop there. She flashed over to the flaming face, and then grabbed it before slamming it against the wall. Bam! 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 Muffled bangs resounded incessantly in the furnace. A short while later, Yang Yi said, "Snowy, you can stop now?" Because Head noticed that the flaming face was growing dimmer and dimmer as Snowy was ceaselessly absorbing the energy within it. Snowy stopped and gazed at Yang Yi. Right when he thought that she was about to stop, Snowy clenched her paw and waved it lightly, and then she turned around and slammed it on the flaming face's nose. Bam! The flaming face was slammed against the furnace wall again. Meanwhile, Snowy patted her paws together and returned to Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt quite speechless. Chapter 2106 Sages Everywhere. Chapter 2106 Sages Everywhere. He was really surprised. Yang Yi was really quite surprised. He hadn't expected it to be resolved like this. Of course, it was all thanks to Snowy. As he gazed at Snowy, who was grinning at him, Yang Yi smiled. He knew that Head underestimated this little fellow, and her strength was much greater than Head ever imagined. Actually, he wasn't the only one. Even Snowy herself didn't know how strong she was. She had no idea about what her strength was like, and she merely acted instinctively. If she could win, she would fight, and if she couldn't, she would run. Most sprites were the same too. Yang Yi asked Snowy to return to the primordial pagoda, and then he glanced at the surroundings. The space in the furnace was huge, and mysterious symbols covered its walls. These symbols weren't glowing anymore, and they were extremely dim. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed sword intent in here. It was like a vortex of sword intent. The surroundings were filled with sharp and fierce sword intent. However, they were very calm, and they didn't seem oppressive at all. In the end, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto a ball of flames not too far away from him. At this moment, it was extremely weak. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Help me with something, and I'll let you leave. I'll give you back your freedom. All right?" Since it had reached such an extent, it definitely had a consciousness, so it could definitely understand him. A short while later, it slowly floated over to Yang Yi and nodded. Yang Yi glanced at it, and he knew that its consciousness hadn't fully formed yet, because it couldn't speak with him, and that represented that it hadn't fully formed a consciousness and gained intelligence comparable to a human. However, it did make sense because it was very, very difficult for beings like this to truly form their own consciousness. Once he gained its agreement, the rest wasn't that difficult. Yang Yi withdrew the sword supreme, and as soon as he did that, the sword intent here started to become restless. In the end, all of it surged madly into the sword supreme. Yang Yi quickly withdrew the divining flame, and then the divine flame and the soul fire moved over and surrounded the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi left the furnace because it wasn't a place he could stay. Just the sword and tint there was almost beyond his limits. They were strands of sword and tint that the Sword Supreme had left behind when it was born. Once he left the furnace, Yang Yi saw the woman. She glanced at him and remained silent. Yang Yi glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. He was naturally vigilant towards her. After all, Shed brought him here for no reason, so she definitely had her reasons. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and asked, "How long will it take?" She replied indifferently, "I don't know." Yang Yi nodded, and then he sat down cross-legged and gazed at the furnace. Presently, he was only worried that it would cause some sort of phenomenon here when it truly recovered, and that would bring a huge number of experts here. If it really recovers, such experts wouldn't be a problem to it, right? However, if it fails, they'll be finished. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Time trickled by. The furnace remained extremely calm, and there was no movement coming from within it. Meanwhile, the woman hadn't left. However, she didn't say anything to Yang Yi either. Something else worth mentioning was that the small ball by her side had gone to Yang Yi a few times, and Yang Yi naturally knew that it wasn't here for him, it was here for Snowy. Actually, Snowy really wanted to trick the small ball into going with them, and Yang Yi was certain that if Snowy really tried hard, she had an 80% chance to succeed. However, Yang Yi didn't let her do that. There was a sage sitting not too far away from him, and it was a very strong sage. Just like that, time trickled by, and 5 days passed. At this moment, the furnace wasn't calm anymore. The huge furnace had started to tremble. White Ey stood up, walked over to its side, and he could sense a wave of powerful energy coming from it. Sword and tint? Yang Yi frowned. A short while later, he started moving back and only stopped after he was around 300 m away from it. The energy within the furnace even made his heart palpitate a little. Suddenly, the woman asked, "Why did she choose you?" "Choose me?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "She didn't choose me." The Sword Supreme had never been his. It had chosen Snowy and the primordial pagoda. Of course, others didn't know that, and they thought it had chosen him. The woman frowned when she heard Yang Yi, but she didn't say anything. Just like that, 3 more days passed. At this moment, there were many cracks around the furnace, and Yang Yi had moved another 300 m back. Moreover, he didn't let Snowy get close to it either. At this moment, the furnace felt extremely dangerous to him. Another day passed by. Now, the cracks had grown even larger, and sword energy and flames were surging out of it from time to time. Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at the woman. She had been staring at the furnace for days, and he wondered what she wanted. Did she want to take the sword? That was probably impossible. If the sword spirit really awakened, then perhaps only those progenitors could take it. Meanwhile, she gazed at Yang Yi. "You should think about what you're going to do later." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from within the furnace. It shot through space, and it spread through countless worlds. At this moment, countless worlds throughout the large universe heard it. Yang Yi's expression was quite unsightly. Now that the Sword Supreme had done that, everyone would know his location. If a single sword howl could resound through countless worlds, it was obvious that only the Sword Supreme was capable of that. And who had the Sword Supreme now? So, it was obvious where Yang Yi was. In an instant, countless experts throughout the large universe were alarmed. Yang Yi was trying to awaken the spirit of the Sword Supreme. As soon they received news about this, none of the experts in the large universe could sit still. While Yang Yi was a threat to all the races now, he wasn't a very huge one. But if Yang Yi awakened the Sword Supreme's spirit, then Yang Yi wouldn't just be a huge threat to them. After all, how terrifying was Emperor Xianyuan when he had it in his grasp? Yang Yi couldn't be allowed to succeed. All the races instantly reached a consensus. So, countless experts pursued the source of the sword howl, the sword ruins. At this moment, Yang Yi's expression was absolutely unsightly. If the Sword Supreme had awoken, then it wouldn't be a big deal, but the problem was that it had released that sword howl before awakening. So, wasn't it like digging his grave for him? At this moment, Yang Yi felt like running. "You want to leave?" The woman spoke abruptly, I'm afraid it's too late. As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared not too far from Yang Yi's left. Yang Yi recognized the middle-aged man. It was the Sovereign of Sky. The sword ruins was in the Sky dimension, so the Sovereign of Sky was the first to get here. He glanced at Yang Yi and then gazed at the furnace. A solemn expression could be seen in his eyes. Once the Sovereign of Sky arrived, more and more came after him. All of them were sages. At this moment, all the races had practically sent all their elites here. Yang Yi wasn't their only goal. After all, Yang Yi wasn't that amazing to warrant so many elites. They'd sent all their elites because of the Sword Supreme. The Sword Supreme, before it awakened, was useless to them because it couldn't do much. However, once its spirit awoke, it wouldn't be useless anymore. Anyone who obtained it could become the leader in the alliance of all the races. Even though they joined forces, it didn't represent that they were selfless. More and more experts were arriving. Some were experts from the other races, some were independent cultivators. No matter what, no one was paying much attention to Yang Yi right now. Brother Yang. Suddenly, Yang Yi heard a familiar voice. He looked over towards the group from the human race, and he saw a man. He recognized the man because it was Qin Xuan, whom had gotten to know in the dead dimension, had gotten to know a group of people in the dead dimension, like the barbaric races Amon, the devil races Mad Saber, the sky races Yu Jing, and the human races Qin Xuan. All of them were his friends. However, he rarely contacted them because anyone he contacted may fall into great trouble because of him. Meanwhile, Qin Xuan walked over to Yang Yi and smiled. They said, "You're awakening the sword spirit, so I came with my ancestor. I didn't expect you to really be here." Yang Yi smiled and said, "Do you realize that doing this may cause a lot of trouble for your clan?" Qin Xuan glanced at the surroundings, and then he pushed a rock into Yang Yi's hands, a spatial stone. "My ancestor gave it to me as a way to protect myself. You'll be teleported randomly once you use it, and even a sage can't stop it. Once you use it, then couple with your own sword domain, spatial laws, and laws of darkness, you'll have a very good chance to escape." Yang Yi glanced at the rock, and his heart felt warm. But he chuckled, "It won't work. Just try." Qin Xuan looked Yang Yi in the eyes. "I have no other way to help you. If we're facing any other ordinary person, we can still fight together. Yet now, this area is covered in sages. So, I can only help you run." "Run?" Suddenly, a voice came from afar. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Everyone, I'm sure you're aware that Yang Yi is quite close to the Sword Supreme spirit. If we don't kill him first, then if it awakens and chooses Yang Yi, then I'm afraid all of you'll have a really good time." "Huh?" Everyone gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this. Chapter 2107 Awake. Chapter 2107 Awake. There were a few dozen sages here. At this moment, Yang Yi experienced what it was like to feel pressure just from gazes. Being stared at by a few dozen sages was a form of pressure. However, Yang Yi never bowed to such things. Sages? They were still people to Yang Yi. While everyone was looking at Yang Yi, none attacked. The reason was very simple. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was no ordinary person, so killing him would definitely offend many people and even make them suffer the revenge of certain experts. So, no one attacked. No one wanted to bear all the trouble, yet let others benefit. After all, the sword wasn't with Yang Yi now, so killing Yang Yi wasn't beneficial to them at all. So, the atmosphere here became quite awkward. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a golden robe stepped forward. "Have you forgotten how all of our races treated him?" The Sovereign of Man. The middle-aged man in a golden robe was the Sovereign of Man. Everyone gazed at him, and he smiled. "I'm sure all of you've done your own research. He isn't a magnanimous person. Aren't you afraid he'll take revenge for what all of you've done? Now, he's only at the Zen realm, so it isn't that difficult for us to kill him. But have you considered what would happen if he attains the Sage realm? At that time, besides progenitors, can anyone among us kill him? Perhaps even 10 sages won't be able to kill him." Many frowned when they heard this. They knew that the Sovereign of Man wanted to use them to deal with Yang Yi, but he wasn't wrong. All the races still had the strength to kill Yang Yi now. However, if Yang Yi was allowed to grow, then killing Yang Yi would really require a progenitor. Meanwhile, the sovereign of man smiled. Don't forget that the god race has returned to the large universe. If we start to scheme against each other now, we'll probably be annihilated by them in the future. Suddenly, someone spoke. Let's act together. The sovereign of man glanced at the surroundings. The other sages nodded to display their agreement. Meanwhile, the sovereign of man gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. Yang Yi, your death is worth it. After all, so many sages are attacking you at once. It's an unprecedented honor indeed. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, I don't want to talk to you. Yang Yi flipped his palm and Elysium appeared in his grasp. Flee? Obviously, it was impossible. If he was able to escape when there were so many sages here, then they could probably just go kill themselves. Since he couldn't escape, Yang Yi had no choice but to fight. Elysium. Suddenly, the sovereign of man said, See that? He really is colluding with the god race. Even the weapon of the god race's war god is in his possession. Cut the fucking crap. Yang Yi suddenly said, I'm fucking colluding with the god race. If you don't like it, come kill me. I look down on people like you who want to kill yet insist on making up some righteous excuse to do so. The sovereign of man's eyes narrowed slightly. Since you want. Suddenly, Yang Yi's figure vanished, and then Elysium appeared above the sovereign of man. A sword howl resounded, and then a sword collided against Elysium. Bang! The powerful force of the collision blasted Yang Yi away, and the sovereign of man was pushed around 300 m back too. The faces of all the experts here turned quite gloomy from the sight of this. Yang Yi really had the strength to fight sages. Moreover, Yang Yi was just at the Zen realm now. So, if he attained the sage realm, just thinking about it was horrifying. The sky dragon. Suddenly, the sovereign of sky frowned slightly, and his gaze descended upon the huge white dragon behind Yang Yi. It was the guardian beast of the sky race. Some of the other patriarchs had recognized it too, and they gazed at the sovereign of sky. The sovereign of sky spoke indifferently, My sky race has no guardian. Obviously, he was drawing a line between the sky race and Yang Yi. Everyone moved their gazes away from him once they heard that. At the same time, one of them gazed at the sovereign of man and smiled. Sovereign of man, I think we should attack together. I'm afraid it'll be quite difficult for you to kill him on your own. Yang Yi glanced at the person who spoke and said coldly, Shaman King, aren't you ashamed of yourself for playing such tricks? The Shaman King chuckled. Is it not true? Sovereign of man, to be honest, you don't have a good chance to defeat him. Don't get defeated by a junior and lose face. The sovereign of man smiled. You're absolutely right. Since that's the case, let's attack together. The Shaman King wanted to say more, but an old man suddenly said, All right, let's put our personal enmity aside and deal with him first. The others nodded, and then a few dozen auras swept down at Yang Yi. The auras of a few dozen sages. How terrifying was that? Just their auras were sufficient to crush Yang Yi. Suddenly, the furnace shook violently. Bang! A moment later, it exploded apart. At this moment, none of them bothered to pay further attention to Yang Yi. They watched as a sword floated out from the remnants of the furnace. The sword supreme. Desire burned through their eyes when they saw it. It was a divine treasure of the large universe. Suddenly, the sovereign of man stepped forward. The others frowned when they saw this, and the sovereign of man suddenly said, Everyone, it has a mind of its own, and she will choose who she follows. I think all of you should forget about trying to obtain it by force. I want to try that as well. As for who she chooses, let's just allow fate to decide. All right? They exchanged glances, and they indicated that they had no objections. The sword supreme was floating there, and everyone was looking at it. Yang Yi was looking at it too. It felt extraordinary to him now. Pressure. He sensed a form of shapeless pressure coming from it. Meanwhile, the sovereign of man suddenly said, Sword supreme, you were born for all the races. Now, the god race is back. I hope you'll assist us again. Let us join forces and annihilate the god race to bring peace to this large universe once more. All right? The sword supreme just floated there and didn't provide any response. The sovereign of man was about to say more when the sword supreme suddenly floated over to the woman who had led Yang Yi to the sword ruins. She stared at the sword supreme. What? You plan to devour me? Suddenly, the sword supreme's tip pressed against her forehead. She didn't move away and just looked at it. A moment of silence ensued before a clear and melodious voice came from within the sword supreme. It's clearly extremely beneficial to devour you. However, since you've gained your own consciousness, it's your fortune and luck. Go on. Don't interfere in the matter of this world. Just focus on cultivating, and you'll definitely be able to rise a level higher. She fell silent for a long time before she said, You're my obstacle? You'll never be able to take a step further while you exist. You're wrong. The Sword Supreme spoke softly. I'm not an obstacle in your path. You're the obstacle in your own path. Overcome yourself, and your heart will be free. Once your heart is free, advancing further will only be a matter of time for you. She looked straight at the Sword Supreme. Why? You should be aware of what you'll gain from devouring me right now. Why are you giving it up? The Sword Supreme replied, You'll understand in the future. Leave this large universe. Go far away. She gazed at the Sword Supreme for a long time, and then she turned around and left. No one stopped her. When she walked past Yang Yi, she suddenly stopped and glanced at him. If you want to live, then make her choose you. Her figure shook and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Choose me? Yang Yi chuckled. The Sword Supreme didn't match his character at all. It wasn't a sword of slaughter, but he was a man of slaughter. It hadn't been awake before this, and coupled with the fact that he possessed the primordial pagoda, that was why it had stayed with him. Yet now, it had awakened. So would it still stay with him? No matter what, Yang Yi decided to give it a try. Yang Yi gazed at the Sword Supreme. He was about to speak when it spoke abruptly. Thank you for your help. However, the fate between us ends here. Yang Yi was in a rather awkward position. Shed rejected him. The sages here heaved sighs of relief when they heard her. Fortunately, the Sword Supreme hadn't chosen Yang Yi. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Now, they had a chance. The Sovereign of Man spoke abruptly. We've been together for some time. The Sword Supreme interrupted him. Do you know why I was willing to go with Emperor Xianyuan? The Sword Supreme continued before he could say anything. He really was thinking about the human race at that time, and he didn't have many selfish thoughts. As for you, while you seem to be thinking for the human race on the surface, you actually only think about yourself. The Sovereign of Man's expression became quite unsightly. The Sword Supreme continued, As far as you're concerned, magnanimity is only for those who obey you, and the rest deserve to be slaughtered. That isn't magnanimity. Magnanimity is tolerance, broad-mindedness, and selflessness. But you have none of that. The Sovereign of Man spoke in a low voice. You'll probably never find anyone like that in this world. Suddenly, a small head emerged from Yang Yi's chest. The small head looked around, and then her gaze descended onto the Sword Supreme. A moment later, she leaped out and flew over to the Sword Supreme before taking it in her arms. How dare you? Suddenly, a furious shout resounded, and then an old man stretched out his hand and clawed at the little fellow. The powerful pressure from this enveloped the little fellow, causing her to be unable to move. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. He was about to attack when Snowy suddenly swung the Sword Supreme forward. At this moment, the surroundings fell silent. Disbelief filled all their eyes. They watched with disbelief as the old man's figure split open from the center, and blood and organs sprayed to the ground. Snowy blinked and glanced at the sword in her grasp. It's that powerful? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and gazed at the Sovereign of Man. After that, she held the Sword Supreme in her grasp and started hopping in the Sovereign of Man's direction. The Sovereign of Man's expression changed. Don't do anything rash. Chapter 2108 The Tao Path. Chapter 2108 The Tao Path. The Sovereign of Man was naturally not afraid of Snowy. He was afraid of the Sword Supreme. It was the #1 sword of the large universe. Actually, he wasn't the only one. Who here wasn't afraid of it? However, They were curious about why that little fellow could control it. It didn't make sense at all. Snowy wasn't able to attack the Sovereign of Man in the end because Yang Yi stopped her. The Sword Supreme was formidable, but the gap between Snowy and the Sovereign of Man was huge. He didn't want Snowy to take any risks. Snowy gazed at Yang Yi with bewilderment in her eyes. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Hide for now, all right?" Snowy glanced at the Sovereign of Man, and then she waved her sword. Yang Yi smiled. "Just let me do it." Snowy blinked, and then she passed the sword to Yang Yi. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he tried to take it. However, his hand couldn't move an inch further after it arrived a few inches away from the Sword Supreme. Yang Yi shook his head, and then he rubbed Snowy's head. "Take her with you and hide, all right?" Snowy glanced at the Sword Supreme, and then she nodded and vanished with it. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yang Yi. The Sword Supreme had chosen Yang Yi. Even though it hadn't really chosen Yang Yi, they felt that it had. It had chosen Yang Yi in the end. At this moment, complicated emotions filled all of them. In the beginning, they felt that it probably wouldn't choose Yang Yi. After all, it was a divine sword with magnanimity and righteousness at its core. But Yang Yi was nothing like that. However, nothing ever remained predictable in the world, and the sword had chosen Yang Yi. "Kill him." Suddenly, the Sovereign of Man said, "Everyone, he has obtained its acknowledgement. If we don't eliminate him now, we'll be eliminated by him in the future. It's absolutely easy for us to kill him now, but after today, if he goes into hiding or sides with the God race." No, he has already sided with the God race. So, that sword will be on the God race's side too. I don't think any of you want to experience that sword's blade for yourselves, right? All of them didn't even hesitate to gaze at Yang Yi, and then an invisible wave of pressure appeared here. Right when they were about to attack, footsteps resounded. Tap, 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 tap. It was very soft, like someone taking a stroll, but it made everyone here stop. They looked towards its source, and they saw a woman in a white dress walking over slowly. The God Race's strategist? All of them had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw her. She walked over to them, sized them up, and said, "It's really lively here too. The Sovereign of Sky, the Sovereign of Man, the Shaman King, the Spirit King, the Sovereign of Demons. TSK, TSK, the experts of a few generations are here. Watch out, everyone." The Sovereign of Man spoke abruptly. "There's probably an ambush here." "An ambush?" An old man spoke indifferently. "The God Race isn't the same God Race anymore. So what if they've laid an ambush here? We can use this opportunity to deal with them." Haha. The woman in a white dress chuckled. "Actually, it's just as that old man said. We can resolve everything now." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand lightly. In an instant, a huge, crystal blue circle of light appeared below their feet. An instant later, the surroundings turned ethereal, and then countless rays of stellar energy converged from deep within outer space. "It's a formation." The Sovereign of Man's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at the woman and said, "Needless to say, it's a pretty powerful formation. But do you think it can kill us?" She smiled. "Of course not." The Sovereign of Man gazed at her. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and then his expression changed drastically. At the same time, the space before all of their figures trembled. Transmissions. 2 breaths of time later, all of the sages here had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. The Sovereign of Man glanced at the woman and said, "Very well done indeed. We'll meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and then the other sages started vanishing in succession. Once all of them left, she waved her hand, and the formation vanished without a trace. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Did you send your forces to attack all the races?" She smiled. "You're very smart." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "It's just as I thought." Actually, he would have done the same if their roles were switched. After all, practically all the top experts of all the races were here. So, it was the best opportunity to attack their respective dimensions. However, he hadn't realized that earlier, and neither had all the other races, because all of them felt that the God Race would definitely not show itself in the near future. But they hadn't expected the God Race to be waiting. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. I don't understand something. If their homes are attacked, they'll definitely receive news of it as soon as possible. So, she smiled, as far as we're concerned, we don't need much time. Just 100 breaths of time are sufficient. Just that is sufficient to do a lot. Actually, I activated that formation earlier just to delay them a little longer. But in the end, I gave up on that thought, because my forces have completed their mission. From today onward, all the races will have a gap in their central forces in the future. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, but their main forces are still alive. She nodded slightly, one step at a time. It's impossible to accomplish it all in one go. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Congratulations, that sword is finally yours. Yang Yi shook his head. She didn't choose me. Fool. The woman said, Do you really think she chose Snowy? Yang Yi frowned. Didn't she? Of course not. She continued, While that sword killed countless experts of my god race all those years ago, Emperor Xinyuan and the other races are my god race's true enemy. In the end, a sword is just a tool, and who it kills depends on its user. Of course, if it wasn't for you, my god race would have eliminated that sword before it could even awaken. Now that she has chosen to stay with you, it's obvious that she isn't against you. Even if she hadn't truly chosen you yet, it doesn't represent that she won in the future. Why would she choose me? Yang Yi was puzzled. Look, I'm not a righteous and magnanimous person. Righteousness and magnanimity? She chuckled. Do you think Emperor Xinyuan was righteous and magnanimous? I don't deny that there are good people in the world, but everyone has their own standards towards what a good person is like. For example, that sprite lord of yours. In her heart, the whole world may be filled with bad people, but you are definitely an absolutely good person. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. She was right. As far as Snowy was concerned, Yang Yi was a really good person. She continued, Of course, the Sword Supreme's spirit won't be that but can you tell me what righteousness and magnanimity truly are? Everyone has their own idea of it, and so does she. Moreover, according to my knowledge, you've never slaughtered anyone else out of ill intent, and you have never killed for no reason, right? Yang Yi chuckled. If you continue, even I will start to think that I'm a good person. She grinned. What do you plan to do now? Yang Yi replied, I haven't thought of anything. She nodded. Anyway, take care. She turned around and left. Only Yang Yi remained here. He walked over to the fragments of the furnace and waved his right hand. A flame flashed out and descended on his palm. The divining flame. Yang Yi put it away and was about to leave when another flame floated out from there. The soul fire. The soul fire floated over to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi said, You're free now. He turned around and walked away, but the soul fire floated over to him again. Yang Yi was astounded. You want to go with me? The soul fire trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Snowy emerged, and the soul fire immediately floated over to her. Snowy grabbed the soul fire and cracked a smile to Yang Yi. So it wants to stay with Snowy. Yang Yi chuckled. It made absolute sense to him. Snowy was a sprite lord, so something like that soul fire would gain absolutely huge benefits by staying by Snowy's side. Moreover, there was the primordial pagoda too. The reason Snowy had been able to evolve so quickly could mostly be attributed to the primordial pagoda. After Snowy left with the soul fire, only Yang Yi remained here. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and walked away. However, he hadn't gone far before a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not too far away from him. The middle-aged man's dressing was quite strange. He wore a dark blue robe and held a horsetail whisk. Yang Yi had seen someone dressed like that in the past. It was the same way the old man in Taoist robes dressed. The Tao path. It was obvious who the middle-aged man was. Yang Yi glanced at him. Do you need something? The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and smiled. It's truly rare that you've been able to achieve such a level of strength at your age. Master's gaze is still so discerning. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the seventh among the 9 disciples of the Tao path. You can call me 7th senior brother. The Tao path had finally come for him. Yang Yi remained silent. As far as he was concerned, this may not be a good thing. Chapter 2109. Armless man. The middle-aged man smiled. You're too vigilant toward others. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Does the Tao path want something? The middle-aged man nodded. We want you to go to the Tao path. Yang Yi asked, what for? The middle-aged man replied, I'm sure you've heard about the fight between paths, right? Yang Yi frowned. What are you trying to say? The middle-aged man said, the fight between paths is a fight for belief. There are 4 paths people believe in within this large universe. Since there are beliefs, there are conflicts. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Isn't it all right to believe in your own thing? Why get into conflict with each other? The middle-aged man smiled. No matter what, you're a part of the Tao path. So you have to go to the Tao path and have a look, right? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, all right, I'll go. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then he formed a strange seal. In an instant, a formation in the shape of the 8 trigrams appeared beneath Yang Ye's feet, and then both of them vanished on the spot. Teleportation. At this moment, Yang Yi and the middle-aged man were traveling through space, and they were so fast that he couldn't even react to it. A long time passed before Yang Yi felt the space around them stop. Yang Yi opened his eyes and glanced at the surroundings. There was a mountain beneath them, and towering mountains stood all around them. The middle-aged man tapped his foot lightly against the ground and said, Do you know what this mountain is? Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man smiled. The 9th Sword Mountain. 9th Sword Mountain. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. 9th Sword was the name the old man in Taoist robes had given him. It was his Taoist name. The middle-aged man said, Young junior brother, Master has actually not forgotten you. While he didn't do anything when the Sage Alliance targeted you, it doesn't represent that he doesn't care about you. You aren't the only one. Master left all of us to our own devices too. He gave us freedom to do as we pleased, and he won't stay by our side at all times. Geniuses that are grown under protection can't be considered as true geniuses. Just like tigers reared by someone, they may be weaker than a wolf that grew up in a forest. Yang Yi asked, What's his objective? The middle-aged man grinned. Come with me. Yang Yi followed the middle-aged man to an abode, and the middle-aged man said, Our Tao path stresses upon quiet cultivation devoid of any desires. This will be your abode from now on. You can name it yourself. Yang Yi said, I don't like to beat around the bush, so just be frank. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and said, All the races, the God race, the 4 paths, and some other mysterious organizations have been swept into a vortex. The 4 paths seem like they haven't been swept into it, but they've actually been swept into it from a long time ago. The large universe is about to welcome a reshuffle. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. That really puzzles me. The God race isn't the same God race it used to be. So, if all 4 paths join forces, it shouldn't be difficult to annihilate them, right? It's difficult. The middle-aged man shook his head. Do you know why the 4 paths dare not act against them? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. The middle-aged man said, The main reason is that the spirits of the universe are siding with the God race. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The spirits of the universe? The middle-aged man nodded. There are countless sprites in the world, like the Sprite Lord and Sprite Kings. So, there are universe sprites too, the spirits of this universe. They were born with this universe, and they are sprites that were nourished by this universe for countless years. The God race has gained their support. So, none of the 4 paths have dared to act rashly. Yang Yi asked, Is it very strong? The middle-aged man smiled. It's called the universe sprite. Can it be weak? If it hadn't been on our side, it would have been difficult for the joint forces of all the races and the 4 paths to crush the God race. Yang Yi asked, Then why is it siding with the God race now? The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. Greed? The God race was extremely strong all those years ago, but it made them extremely proud too. They were so proud that they considered themselves above the universe sprite of this universe. However, the universe sprite was not ordinary as well. It knew the God race was formidable, so it didn't go against them, and it allowed them to become overlord of the universe. At that time, it secretly helped the other races. Just like that, time trickled by, and the races and 4 paths grew stronger and stronger. Finally, The god race felt threatened and wanted to enslave the races, but it was too late. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and continued, "Now, it's siding with the god race. As for the reason, it's very simple. The races and the four paths are too strong. It doesn't want the universe to be ruled over by any single race. It's what they call a balancing act, just like what emperors do in the mortal world. If an emperor's subordinate gets too powerful, they must be suppressed. The four paths and the other races are the side that must be suppressed. Of course, that's our own guess, and only the universe sprite is aware of the true reason." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "The four paths and the other races won't just sit there and wait for death to arrive, right?" The middle-aged man smiled, "Of course. However, it has become complicated now. The universe sprite vanished after it led us to victory against the god race, and no one knows how strong it has become during this period. That's what the four paths truly fear." Yang Yi asked, "There's definitely a reason why I've been brought back to the Tao path now, right?" The middle-aged man smiled. "We want you to represent the Tao path and pay a visit to the Buddhist path, Confucianist path, and weapon path." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" "Tradition." The middle-aged man continued. "The younger generation of every path will pay a visit to the other three paths. There are two reasons for that. Firstly, it's to notify the other parts that you're a successor of the Tao path, and you're the representative of the Tao path's younger generation. Secondly, it's naturally to make the other three paths abide by some rules when dealing with you. If you pay a visit to them while representing the Tao path, it represents that the Tao path has truly acknowledged your identity, and the other three paths won't act against you anymore." He paused for a moment at this point and continued, "Besides that, it's to make a display of the Tao path's strength. Your visit will definitely not be peaceful, just like what happens when the disciples of the other paths pay a visit to the Tao path. We never allow them to leave safely. Your goal isn't to crush them all. It's to come back alive." "Come back alive?" Yang Yi frowned. "My life will be in danger?" Sponsored content. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. The middle-aged man suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a screen of water appeared before Yang Yi, and there was a young corpse in it. The middle-aged man asked, "Do you know who this is?" Yang Yi shook his head. The middle-aged man explained, "A genius from the weapon path. He was too confident in himself upon coming here, and he challenged Six's senior brother. This is the outcome of that." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. The middle-aged man continued, "It's a form of competition between the four paths too. However, when compared to the other races, our method is comparatively harmonious. However, it still may end in death. Once you go there, experts at the progenitor realm will not act against you. However, all sages below the progenitor realm can attack you." "Then what's the point of going?" Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Isn't it no different than courting death?" The middle-aged man smiled. "They can act against you, but they won't rashly do so. After all, they still have to maintain their honor. At the very most, they'll let the younger generation spar with you. The main reason that genius from the weapon path died here was that he courted death. Of course, your trip doesn't just come with danger, it comes with benefits too." Yang Yi asked, "What benefits?" The middle-aged man smiled. "If you can return, you can go to our Tao path's sacred grounds. The experiences accumulated by countless experts of our Tao path are there, and there are some analyses of the techniques belonging to the other races and the four paths. In short, you'll like that place." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "What if I refuse to go?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time before he said, "It's best if you do go. You need to prove yourself. Only then will many people in our Tao path truly acknowledge you." Yang Yi said, "What about the Sage Alliance?" The middle-aged man said, "As soon as you set out from the Tao path, the Sage Alliance won't come for you anymore, and the other races won't dare to openly attack and kill you too." Yang Yi smiled. "Looks like I must go." The middle-aged man said, "Go now?" Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, "So can I go to the dimensions of any one of the races now, and they?" The middle-aged man interrupted Yang Yi and said, "I know what you're trying to say. You must realize that while the Tao path doesn't support slaughter, it doesn't represent that the Tao path won't slaughter. You can return to the human dimension or sky dimension at any time. Both the sovereign of man and the sovereign of sky won't act against you. At the very least, they won't do so openly. Yang Yi didn't say anything else and just left. Once Yang Yi left, an old man suddenly appeared by the middle-aged man's side. The middle-aged man asked, "Second senior brother, what do you think?" The old man shook his head slightly. "His natural talent is naturally extraordinary, and I have nothing to say about his strength. However, his Tao doesn't conform to the Tao of our Tao path." The middle-aged man replied, "I know, but why did Master choose him then?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Who knows what Master is thinking? A short moment of silence ensued, and then the middle-aged man said, "Do you think he'll come back alive?" The old man remained silent. Yang Yi arrived high above in the clouds. He sat on a cloud and looked silently into the distance. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's ears. "Are you feeling like you're always within the schemes of those so-called great figures? Are you feeling like no matter how strong you become, you still have to rely on others to survive?" Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a man standing there, a man without arms. Chapter 21:10. Who do you think you are? Yang Yi sized up the armless man and asked, "Who are you?" The armless man walked over to him, looked up into the depths of the sky, and said, "I know you feel very lonely and like the whole world is against you. However, it's a path you chose for yourself, isn't it?" Yang Yi fell silent. The armless man continued, "Since you started on Profounder Continent, what has your path been? You've been relying on yourself all along the way. Regardless of whether it's all the races, the God race, the Four Paths, or any other organization, you must remember that they can't be relied on. You can only rely on yourself. That fellow from the Tao Path said the Tao Path will protect you, and that's just nonsense. When you're of no value to them, they'll be the first to abandon you. That's reality. Unless it's someone related by blood, wouldn't anyone care about someone else who has no value?" The armless man took a few more steps forward at this point. "I know that you've suffered a lot throughout these years, but some things and some people are things he has to do." Yang Yi gazed at the armless man and asked, "Who are you?" "You'll find out in the future." The armless man continued, "I made some time to meet you because I wanted to tell you that you can join the Tao Path and do things for it, but don't trust it too much. Don't think you can relax because you've obtained its protection. The most terrifying thing is becoming indolent. Besides that, there's another thing you need to know. Don't rely on that thing within you too much. It doesn't belong to you in the end, and since it doesn't, it may leave you one day." The primordial pagoda. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly because the armless man was actually aware of it. Meanwhile, the armless man suddenly said, "You're very close to the God race." Yang Yi asked, "Why? Is there something wrong with them?" The armless man shook his head. "I have nothing to say about how they treat you. I refuse to believe they have no selfish intentions of their own, but that's normal. Anyway, just be careful. The world is about to enter its most chaotic state in tens of thousands of years, and all sorts of existences will be showing themselves. You won't even have the right to be used as cannon fodder if you don't have some strength." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Who are you?" The armless man smiled. "You'll find out in the future. Be careful." The armless man vanished on the spot. Only Yang Yi remained here. A long time passed before Yang Yi shook his head and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went to Snowy and the sword, and he spoke solemnly as he gazed at the sword. "What do you want?" Just as the woman in a white dress from the God race had said, it had definitely not stayed solely because of Snowy. The Sword Supreme remained silent for a short while before it said, "Can I not stay?" Yang Yi shook his head. "No, I just don't understand. So, I'm asking." The Sword Supreme replied, "You don't have to worry about that. Just take care of your own business." It transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot once it finished speaking. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he left the primordial pagoda. In the outside world, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished into the sky. The weapon path. He decided to visit the weapon path first, because it was the closest, and he knew it a little better. A short while later, Yang Yi arrived at the entrance to the weapon path, and it only took a moment for a middle-aged man to appear before him. The middle-aged man frowned. It's you. Yang Yi naturally recognized the guardian of the weapon dimension because he'd caused quite a bit of trouble here in the past. Yang Yi nodded and was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Leave, you're not welcome here." Yang Yi glanced at him and said, "I'm here representing the Tao path. It's fine if this is how the weapon path treats a guest." Yang Yi shrugged and turned around with the intent to leave. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Wait." However, Yang Yi didn't stop. As far as he was concerned, this was just a process he was completing. If he could get through it peacefully, it would naturally be better. He wasn't someone who insisted on causing trouble. The middle-aged man's face fell when he saw Yang Yi show no signs of stopping, and then he appeared in front of Yang Yi and obstructed Yang Ye's path. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "What? I told you to stop." The middle-aged man continued. "Didn't you hear me?" A sword howl resounded abruptly. Bam! The middle-aged man was blasted over 3 kilometers away by a beam of sword energy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking in the middle-aged man's direction. "I should stop because you said so? Let me be frank. Who do you think you are?" The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you here to cause trouble?" Yang Yi stopped. "I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want you to talk properly. Stop talking like you're ordering me around. So, can I go in now?" The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Of course. I hope you'll be able to come out alive." Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. "Don't leave. You can see for yourself in a while." Yang Yi entered the weapon dimension once he finished speaking. The middle-aged man's expression was extremely unsightly. The weapon dimension. Sponsored content. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi was here. It didn't take long for the news of this to spread throughout the weapon dimension. The 6 lines of the weapon dimension naturally knew Yang Yi well. After all, he'd give them a huge headache. Yet now, he was back. However, he was back as the Tao Path successor. How will the weapon path deal with this? After all, a successor of the weapon path hadn't been able to return from the Tao Path. Yang Yi went to the slaughter line first. Just like it had been in the past, it was extremely quiet. He was naturally not here to reminisce. He was here to see someone. Elder Mo who'd helped him in the past. Yang Yi saw Elder Mo before a hall. Elder Mo wasn't surprised. He sized up Yang Yi and said, "You're here on behalf of the Tao Path?" Yang Yi nodded. Elder Mo nodded slightly. "Looks like the Tao Path has acknowledged you. Congratulations." Yang Yi shook his head. "It's nothing worth congratulating." He glanced at the surroundings and continued, "I have to rely on myself no matter what." "That's true." Elder Mo continued. "How do you feel being back here, especially when you're here while representing the Tao Path?" Yang Yi replied, "Nothing much. I just want to meet some old friends and leave." "I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Elder Mo continued, "According to my knowledge, a genius of the weapon path didn't return from the Tao Path. While it doesn't affect both paths much, the weapon path will definitely try to make a show of strength." Yang Yi smiled. "If they let me leave, I'll leave. But if they don't let me leave, then let's fight. I've already put an end to the relationship between me and the weapon path that day. So, if the weapon path wants to fight, I'll fight them until the end." Elder Mo nodded. "I like you quite a bit, so I'll say a few more words. Actually, all the races, the God race, and the 4 paths are not existences that you should be very concerned with. To put it in simpler terms, don't treat them as your enemy because there are stronger enemies ahead. They are much more terrifying." Yang Yi frowned. "There are even stronger enemies?" The old man sat down on the ground and drew over a dozen circles on the ground. "All of these planets are within our large universe. If you study them, you'll realize that they are actually spinning on their own around a core. As they spin, the 4 seasons, the high and low tide, night and day, and many other things are created. Don't you think this is a little too orderly?" Yang Yi remained silent as he waited for the old man to continue. Elder Mo continued, "The universe is extremely mysterious and boundless. Before the human race evolved, there were countless living beings throughout this universe. Like the God race, they are one of those races of living beings. So, How was this universe like hundreds of thousands or even millions of years before the God race? Was this universe born naturally, or was it created by someone? The old man suddenly made a circle, and a ball of water appeared on his palm. Yang Yi was puzzled. Elder Emo smiled. There are countless microorganisms in this ball of water. See how tiny life is to us. He looked up at the sky and continued. There are many microorganisms within our bodies. But do you think they realize how tiny they are? Just like us, we may be even smaller to the universe. Yang Yi shook his head. Elder Emo, what you've just said is too complex. However, I still understood a little. However, as far as I'm concerned, I should focus on the present. As for the secrets of the universe, I really don't have the time for that. Elder Emo smiled. I was just telling you about it. Yang Yi smiled, however. I'm quite curious about you, Elder Emo. Elder Emo replied. I'm just an old man who studies random things. There's no need to feel curious. Anyway, your trip to the other 3 paths won't be very smooth. Good luck. He turned around and left. Yang Yi glanced at Elder Mo's leaving figure, and then he left as well. Elder Mo suddenly stopped. Even the undefeatable Void Spirit Maiden was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and the entire Void Spirit race vanished from history. If I'm not wrong, it's about time again. Chapter 2111. Fight to the death against a sage. The main peak of the weapon dimension. Yang Yi didn't meet the weapon progenitor, and he only met the person in charge of the weapon dimension, Han Xian from the prediction line. Han Xian. There had been enmity between them in the past. After all, Zhong Yi and him had attacked the prediction line that day. Yet now, the weapon path had sent Han Xian. Obviously, they didn't plan to let Yang Yi leave safely. There were 4 experts around Han Xian, the seal masters of the other lines. Besides that, there was a group of youths behind them, and they were the geniuses of the weapon path. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, Looks like I won't be able to just leave safely today. Han Xian spoke indifferently. Since you're here representing the Dao path, you naturally must have a few spars. My weapon path wants to witness the strength of the Dao path successor. I hope you don't disappoint us. Disappoint you? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. I won't. He glanced at the surroundings and added, While the relationship between me and the weapon path is over, Zhong Yi did help me a lot. So, there's no need for that. Han Xian suddenly interrupted Yang Yi. You don't have to hold back today. We really want to witness the strength of a Dao path successor. Yang Yi nodded, and then he shrugged. Are you going to do it? Or will the younger generation of your weapon path fight me? Allow me to give you a friendly reminder. Don't send the young because I'm afraid the weapon path's younger generation will be annihilated. The atmosphere here instantly became tense. Arrogance. Yang Yi was still as arrogant as he'd been in the past. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a young man walked over slowly. He was around the age of 25, and his figure was ramrod straight. He had 2 swords on his back. A sword cultivator. Most of the experts in the weapon path were sword cultivators. The man walked over to Yang Yi and said, They say you're the number 1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of this large universe. I really want to see it for myself. You won't refuse, right? Yang Yi glanced at him. The young man was at the major Zen realm at least. Needless to say, he was extraordinary for being able to attain this realm of cultivation at his age. Yang Yi didn't say anything, and he just withdrew Elysium. After that, Yang Yi appeared above the young man, and then Elysium slammed down. It was like a swing which could blast the world apart, and its powerful might cause the entire mountain range to tremble. Strength. Pure physical strength. Everyone here was shocked by this. As for the young man, his expression had changed. Yang Ye's attack was far stronger than he'd ever expected. However, his reaction wasn't slow at all. He immediately flipped his palms, and then the swords on his back charged out and stabbed against Elysium. Crack. As soon as they collided, a clear crack resounded. The swords had instantly cracked apart. At the same time, a powerful force blasted the young man away. However, Yang Yi didn't stop. His figure flashed over to the young man and slammed Elysium down again. Sword crash. Meanwhile, the young man's furious shout resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy surged out from him. In just an instant, they enveloped Yang Yi and Elysium. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all, and he just took Elysium in both hands and swung it. Bang! The sword energy around him were instantly obliterated. However, the young man had created a distance of 3 kilometers between them. The young man stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, we're having a fair fight, yet you're actually using a divine weapon of the god race. How shameless of you. He was naturally unhappy because Yang Yi's Elysium was a divine weapon. Yang Yi laughed with ridicule when he heard this. How childish. I obtained it with my own ability, so why can't I use it? If you don't like it, get a divine weapon of your own. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Bam! The space here shook violently, and then Yang Yi appeared before the young man again before slamming Elysium down. The young man's pupils constricted violently. He didn't dare to act carelessly and immediately formed a strange seal with both hands. In an instant, a huge ethereal sword appeared above him, and it forcefully blocked Yang Yi's attack. However, it instantly seemed to fade. Yang Yi didn't stop. He spun around and swung Elysium again. Bang! This time, the huge sword was obliterated, and then the young man was blasted away. Bang! He flew almost 10 kilometers before his figure finally slammed into a mountain, and his fate was unknown. Silence filled the surroundings. But Yang Yi didn't stop. He charged into the mountain. At the same time, Han Xian spoke abruptly, "Stop." However, Yang Yi ignored him and was already inside the mountain. Han Xian's face instantly turned gloomy from the sight of this, and he was about to attack. However, a shrill cry came from within the mountain, and it was extremely miserable. A moment later, Yang Yi flew out of the mountain, and he was holding a bloody head. It was the young man's head. The other experts from the weapon path had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces when they saw that Yang Yi had killed the young man, and there was an undisguised desire to kill in their eyes. Han Xian stared at Yang Yi. "You really go too far." Sponsored content. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Yang Yi walked over to stand before the experts of the weapon path and casually tossed the bloody head over to Han Xian. "What? Stop joking. If he had the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to chop off my head and hang it over there." Han Xian, "I heard you're very good at scheming against others, and I know you sent him so that my relationship with the weapon path will grow worse. But that's fine. I'm not afraid of that." Yang Yi glanced at the experts here and continued, "The spars today will not be spars to determine a victor. It will be spars to determine who survives. So long as someone from the weapon path dares to spar with me, I'll dare to kill that person. Since you refuse to let me leave, then I'll play with you." If it was just sparring, he would naturally not go so far. Just like when he sparred with that genius from the Confucianist path. They had stopped before it got too dangerous. Why? Because his opponent had no intention to take his life. Since his opponent had no intention to take his life, Yang Yi would naturally not try to take his opponent's life. Yet now, the weapon path's experts clearly wanted to use these spars to kill him. Thus, he would naturally not show mercy. The weapon path naturally had a temper of its own. So, being insulted like this was naturally not something they could just let go. An old man suddenly stepped forward and walked over to Yang Yi. "When a genius of my weapon path went to your Dao path, he was entertained by a sage of your Dao path. Now that a genius of the Dao path is here, we naturally have to entertain you well too. Only then will we have shown you our full respect and—" Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted the old man. "Just cut the crap. If you want to bully me, then just be frank. Don't try to make up such lousy excuses to make it sound right." The old man was a sage. The old man nodded slightly. "True. Since you've said that, I'll just be frank. Come, let me see how strong you really are." Yang Yi nodded. "After being in the world of cultivators for so long, I've killed many, but I've never killed a sage. It has always been a regret of mine. I hope I can make up for that regret today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. Meanwhile, the old man slowly pressed his right palm down. Bang! A wave of powerful force instantly surged out from the space before the old man. Yang Yi was caught off guard by this and blasted away. But it only took a moment for Elysium to leave Yang Ye's grasp and shoot forward like an arrow. Boom! The powerful force of the collision instantly blasted the old man back, and as his figure moved backwards, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Elysium and grabbed it. After that, he vanished on the spot. Slam! When facing this sage, Yang Yi used just a single move, slamming Elysium at him. At most times, techniques were useless against experts at this level, because there was no time to execute a technique in a battle of this level. So, the simpler a move was, the more practical it was. Even though Yang Yi was using Elysium, the old man was no weakling. As soon as Yang Yi appeared in front of him, the old man had vanished on the spot. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared here. At the same time, countless powerful palms enveloped Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was given enough time, he was naturally able to discern which of the afterimages was real. However, he didn't have that much time. Yang Yi had no choice but attack them all, so he swung Elysium horizontally. Yang Yi heard the sound of space being torn open at the same time. Yang Ye's face fell when he heard this, and then he felt like a sledgehammer had struck his chest. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away. The old man would naturally not give up such an opportunity. A few dozen afterimages shot forward in Yang Ye's direction, and every one of them made space collapse in their wake. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that if he couldn't stop this attack, then he would be almost finished. The old man would definitely not give him a chance to recuperate. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then Elysium vanished from his grasp. It was replaced by a black sword. Judgment. After that, Yang Yi walked slowly in the old man's direction, and a ray of sword energy appeared beneath his feet with every step he took. Meanwhile, the afterimages had arrived before him. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed his sword with both hands and stabbed it forward. In an instant, you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.